And let us start our work, and I would like to give the floor for the welcoming remarks to Kirill Chistякov, Vice President of the Russian Geographic Society, Director of the Institute of Earth Sciences of St. Petersburg State University. Distinguished participants of the 10th Russian-Chinese meeting on bilateral and multilateral regional interaction in the Arctic. I'm really happy.
Conference recording has started.
I'm really happy as the Director of Institute of Earth Sciences to welcome you on behalf of St. Petersburg State University. Because the Arctic field of development of our cooperation is of particular importance. And for Russia, at contemporary stage, the Arctic has become a key point for further development.
There's no simultaneous interpretation.
Я прошу прощения, нет синхронного перевода. Синхронный перевод не осуществляется.
Так, я могу продолжать?
Can I continue?
Перевод есть?
Do we have interpreting?
Появился. Арктическое направление.
让荣幸参加这次活动。
Арктическое направление развития нашего взаимодействия – это вполне современная тенденция, которая закладывалась очень давно. Надо сказать, что становление Санкт-Петербургского университета, как и Академии наук 3 столетия тому назад, связано с...
300 years ago is associated with Arctic explorers, the participants of the Great Northern Expedition. And since then, at St. Petersburg, we started the accumulation of academic knowledge on nature, of peoples, on the economy of the Arctic region. And currently, the problem of the Arctic exploration is a comprehensive problem that should be resolved by the representatives of different sectors of science, from natural sciences that are answering questions on climate change, on mineral and resource base, on biological diversity, and up until social sciences, humanitarian sciences, without which it is quite hard to develop further benchmarks for development. And all these sciences are entwined in university education, both in Russia and in China. That is why such meetings are really the basis that would allow us to develop correct solutions in further practical exploration of the Arctic areas. We should be quite delicate and economical, because the Arctic does not let us make mistakes. Its nature is quite vulnerable and fragile, but at the same time, we are unable to preserve just the natural reserve there. We should find balance between the use of resources and the Arctic spaces and the preservation of it as a unified, holistic, stable ecosystem. That's quite complicated because the Arctic changes swiftly, much quicker than the entire Earth's surface. However, the joint efforts of the international community would allow us to achieve this goal. And sure enough, I'm really happy that partnership between Russia and China has already established, it's tested, it's reliable, and it will promote further solution of the Arctic goals. And I wish all the participants of our meeting success, and I really aspire to see new projects and new fields of cooperation. And I wish you good health as well. Thank you.
Надежда Климовна.
Nadezhda?
Не хватает комментариев.
Well, we'll really lack comments here. Kirill, did you want to say anything? No, I've already finished. I've already finished and I've already given you the floor. You don't, do you hear us or don't you? No, I haven't heard you. Oh, I beg your pardon. Kirill, thank you so much for your fascinating speech. I wanted to say that permanent participants of our meetings and those who study the Arctic understand the responsibility for resolving the goals that you've mentioned, and we understand, we contemporary scientists of the contemporary Arctic, that those goals are set not just for the Russian Federation, but also for the entire society who's dealing with the topic. And certainly there is promising development and future, but still we should be responsible in dealing with the issue. Thank you so much for your speech. And now I would like to give the floor for the welcoming remarks to Irina Novikova, Professor, Dean of the Faculty of International Relations of St. Petersburg State University. So, please, Irina, have the floor. Thank you, distinguished chairwoman, distinguished participants, guests. For me, it's really a pleasure and an honor on behalf of the Faculty of International Relations of St. Petersburg State University to welcome you on the opening ceremony of the 10th Russian-Chinese academic meeting, bilateral and multilateral regional interaction in the Arctic. And indeed, St. Petersburg State University attributes particular importance to the development of the Arctic studies. Do you hear me or don't you? And our professors are also trying to make their contribution to the development of this paramount field of paramount importance, and a range of well-known professors of international relations, experts in the Arctic are working on our faculty. And traditionally, the faculty is a scientific basis for holding conferences associated with the Arctic topic. And our current academic meeting just continues this range of events of 2021. In April, we've held Russian-Canadian readings dedicated to the Arctic studies. And the new academic year starts with the holding of the Russian-Chinese academic seminar on the Arctic. And in October, we also plan to host yet another conference, an important one, all-Russian conference on Arctic, the territory of state policy. And sure enough, for me, it's quite a pleasure that this history of holding such meetings at St. Petersburg State University, of holding such Russian-Chinese academic meetings, Russian-Chinese academic seminars dedicated to the Arctic, has started 10 years ago. And the Faculty of International Relations within the framework of the Organization of Public Events on the Arctic policy since 2009 was the initiator of such Arctic meetings. and the annual Russian-Chinese academic seminar is just one of these events. And this seminar, this workshop, is held in Russia and in China in turn. And during these years, it has become an authoritative scientific venue, and St. Petersburg is the sister city of Tsingtao. And St. Petersburg hosted participants in 2013, 2015, here within the walls of St. Petersburg State University, then in 2017 within the framework of cooperation of St. Petersburg State University and the Russian Association of International Studies of the Russian-Chinese academic meeting has become an integral part of the expert session, Arctic, the new space of the Russian-Chinese interaction. And in 2018, between St. Petersburg State University and the Oceanic University of China has signed a framework agreement on cooperation. And in 2019, we had a meeting with Chinese partners in Yakutsk within the framework of the International Northern Forum of Sustainable Development. And certainly, I would like to thank our permanent partners of our workshop. Here I'm referring to the management of the Oceanic University of China and Professor Gaoten Zin, and the Institute of Global Management of Shanghai University of Foreign Studies, and the Institute of Arctic and the Antarctic, the Professor of Moscow State University, Doctor of Geographical Sciences, Professor Pilasov, and also Professor of the Russian Academy of Public Health and State Administration, Vera Smarchkova, and head of the program for the training of management personnel for the North and the Arctic, and also the Scientific Center for Arctic Studies of the Yamal and its autonomous district, and the International Union, the Northern Forum. And I would like to thank our permanent partners, the Institute of Earth Sciences, and I would like to particularly thank Kirill Chestikov. I'd like to thank the Faculty of Economics, represented by Sergei Belozerov, who continuously supported all our events on the Arctic. And I would like to thank everyone for this joint creative work on the preparation of this workshop. And I would like to particularly thank our organizers, Associate Professor of the Global Policy Department, Nadezhda Harlampyeva, and Professor of the Ocean University of China, Gaoten Zin, that every year find very important and interesting topics for our discussion. And regardless of any catastrophes, pandemics, and so on, they find an opportunity to gather us, either face-to-face or remotely. They still gather us together, those who are interested in the Arctic, in order to discuss the most relevant issues. And indeed, in the 21st century, the perception of a range of states, we've seen the reassessment of the importance of the Arctic economically and basically, and Arctic stopped being at the periphery of developments. Climate change, changing technology provided new opportunities for Arctic exploration, and today it's clear that the Arctic will play an important role in the global development of the 21st century. But further development of the Arctic mostly depends on the upscale of human capital, on the development of new technologies, on the efficient use of our intellectual resources, and certainly on international cooperation in the Arctic. We all are interested to support the local peoples of the Arctic, indigenous peoples, and I agree with Kirill that we have huge prospects for interdisciplinary studies in the Arctic. And I'm sure that holding our Russian-Chinese academic conference, our meeting, will provide a new impetus for the development of interdisciplinary studies of the Arctic. And I would like to wish everyone new ideas, fascinating discussions, and communication. And I wish that our next meeting will be held in an ordinary format, and let our meetings inspire everyone and help to improve the quality of life of people. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Irina. And I would like to thank our faculty for hosting all our meetings. And I really hope that our academic meetings will be supported by our students as well, and PhD students. And today we're going to listen to our PhD students, by the way. And now I would like to give the floor to Valeria Babushkina, acting Deputy Chairman, Deputy Rector of St. Petersburg State University. Thank you so much, distinguished colleagues, dear friends. On behalf of St. Petersburg State University, allow me to congratulate you on the opening of the 10th Russian-Chinese academic meeting, bilateral and multilateral regional interaction in the Arctic. St. Petersburg State University for all these years has been doing work on the Arctic studies, and our scientists and the scientists of the Ocean University of China have joint initiative in 2011, and they started studying Russian-Chinese international interaction in the Arctic. And in May 2018, St. Petersburg State University and the Ocean University of China have signed a framework agreement on cooperation. And the annual academic meeting between Russia and China on the study of international cooperation in the Arctic is organized both in China and in Russia in turn. And it should be mentioned that the goal of our today's 10th academic meeting was to exchange opinions on further ways of inter-regional interaction, considering bilateral and multilateral interaction in the Arctic. And I'm sure that the results of our further joint work will promote the strengthening of academic and scientific bilateral cooperation. It will promote constructive and fruitful dialogue between our countries. Distinguished colleagues, in order to recognize the importance of this meeting, St. Petersburg State University will issue letters of gratitude to you, to the Ocean University of China, and to also to the organizing professor. So we'll send these letters of gratitude. Thank you so much for your attention, and I wish you success on this conference. Thank you, Valeria. Alexander, please. Distinguished colleagues, I'm really pleased to attend this 10th Russian-Chinese Arctic meeting dedicated to the Arctic. I remember how it all started and how hard it was to establish this new tradition that I believe is quite a success for St. Petersburg State University and for the Ocean University of China in Sandal. This tradition has already established, and quite frequently, dear colleagues, we are to hear about scientific diplomacy, about its importance in the contemporary world, about its growing significance. And right now we are present at the event of this scientific diplomacy dedicated to the Arctic. And it's quite pleasant, and that's really the fulfillment of those ideas and state-of-the-art trends that we are reading about. And now we are part of such advanced trends, and I believe that's really wonderful. And I'm pleased also to give the floor to the Chinese partners from the University of Tsingtao, and Professor Li Huazhan, Vice President of the Ocean University of China, will be the first to take the floor. So please. Mr. Chisekov, Madam Babushkina, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm really happy to see you all online today, and let me congratulate you on the gathering of the 10th academic seminar on behalf of the Ocean University of China. The Ocean University of China is a research university and it studies oceans and aquaculture. And we are one of the first Chinese institutions that started studying the issues of the Arctic, and we've already have an outstanding team of experts, and for many years we've been working together with St. Petersburg State University, and we've achieved significant results in the sector. And it's of particular importance that we, together with St. Petersburg State University, have managed to establish this cooperation, and that we hold these joint Russian-Chinese academic meetings on the Arctic. Time flies, and today it's already the 10th meeting. That's a kind of anniversary for us, and certainly we've achieved good results. And on behalf of our university, I would like to thank St. Petersburg State University for their contribution to this work. And successful hosting of forums allow us to strengthen cooperation between China and Russia to promote the Arctic studies. And this is the achievement of all of you. And allow me to thank all the experts of China and Russia who give us this support for holding the academic meetings on the Arctic. And we know that Russia and China are the partner countries that have very close interaction, and our relations have already reached strategic partnership and interaction in the new era. And it means that our relations are now of top priority, and it demonstrates our responsibility for meeting contemporary challenges. And certainly it provides good opportunities for further cooperation. And I would like to wish that this forum would promote further studies in the Arctic region, so that we would make our contribution into the study of these Arctic topics and play an important role in cooperation between the two countries. And finally, I would like to wish this forum success, and I hope that when we cope with the pandemic, we'll be able to meet in Sandao next time. Thank you so much for the inspiring words. Thank you so much. And now I would like to give the floor to Professor Guang Qi, Dean of School of International Relations and State Management of the Ocean University of China. Distinguished Arctic experts from Russia and China, good afternoon. The Russian-Chinese Forum is a wonderful venue for our cooperation, and this forum has been held by the Ocean University of China and by St. Petersburg State University, and we have 10 years of experience in this issue. And on behalf of our school and our university, I would like to welcome all the scientists of Russia and China who gathered here in order to participate in this scientific feast. The Ocean University of China, and in particular the Institute of Foreign Relations, was established in September 2018, and that's quite a young but still very lively developing structure. And certainly the study of the Arctic strategy is an important peculiarity of our university, and it is always supported. And in 2019, Golpatsin, our professor, has created a website, The Arctic and Oceanology, and it became an important result of our work. And Russia certainly is an important Arctic country, and Russia and China have very good, friendly relations, and we hope that strengthening cooperation will help us to promote our relations in the future. And I hope that during this forum, all the scientists, all the professors will have an opportunity to exchange opinions and will gain new inspiration. And I wish all the participants further success, because thanks to our cooperation, I wish that you'll get new friends and new inspiration. Thank you so much, and all the success to you. Thank you. Thank you so much for your speech. We see that during our plenary session, we had, quite an equilibrium from the point of view of representation of men and women, and it turns out that Arctic has a female face if we carry out statistical studies. And thus we see that we've already established this 10 years tradition that exists regardless of all the problems of our time, online, offline format. So this tradition is developing, and that's quite pleasant, that we see this mutual interest in the Arctic and in the Arctic problems, and we see this desire to jointly participate with our academic teams in the development of this topic. And I believe that's a wonderful incentive. And I would like to thank the organizers who carry on this tradition in the recent decade, regardless of whatever happens, regardless of all the barriers and obstacles. And they're quite inspired to do that. Thank you so much, the organizers, represented by two structures and represented by specific enthusiasts, who really push this joint cooperation in science forward through all the years. Thank you so much, Alexander. Thank you so much to all the distinguished colleagues who delivered their welcoming remarks. We are really happy to see you all online as our friends, to see all those who we've been working with for all these years, and let us continue our work. And now we shift to the first session, and we'll have Sergei Belazorov as a chairman here. He's the Doctor of Economic Sciences, and Professor Go Peizin from the Ocean University of China. So these are our moderators, and I would like to give you the floor. Please, Sergei. Distinguished colleagues, I'm happy to work today in such a representative team, and according to our preliminary agreement with Professor Go, the first part of our session will be moderated by me, and then I'll give the floor to the distinguished professor. Dear colleagues, our session is titled Bilateral and Multilateral Cooperation in the Arctic. And today we have 6 speakers, and we don't have so much time as usual. Therefore, being a co-moderator, I would like to announce the schedule. Each speaker has no more than 10 minutes. Distinguished colleagues, if you have any questions to discuss, please write them down in the chat box. And Professor Go and I, if we have time, we'll read out some of these questions, and we'll try to provide an opportunity to the speakers to answer them. And the work of our session will start with Alexander Pilyasa, Moscow State University professor, and his report is titled Arctic Entrepreneurship. And within the framework of the report, he's going to present his make a presentation of his book that is famous not just in Russia but also in China. So please, you have the floor, Professor Pilyasa. Yes, do you hear me and see me, dear colleagues? Yes, it's okay. Distinguished colleagues, first of all, I would like to say that this topic that opens up our festive event is that it turns out that in the Arctic entrepreneurship, as in the drop of water, we see the reflection of the entire specificity of the Arctic that should be taken into account, both in Russian and Chinese research cooperation. So studying the Arctic entrepreneurs, we at the same time study the peculiarities of the Arctic, the essence of the Arctic. Therefore, this topic is about cooperation and about the importance to take into account the essential Arctic specificity. And in my book, that is the result of 20 years of studies, I compare the Arctic entrepreneurs with polar bears. They are as mobile, as changing as the Arctic entrepreneurs. So there's this, these are the basic characteristics of both. And let's have a look at the organization of natural structures and social structures, and we'll see how much in common do they have. And dear colleagues, you see, if we compare entrepreneurship with Russia, and the Arctic entrepreneurship is developed, is worse developed. You see, the number of people employed is lower in the Arctic than in Russia. And this table demonstrates it. But now there's a question. If it's so complicated to develop entrepreneurship, why do still these entrepreneurs exist? The Arctic entrepreneurs have a lot of peculiarities. They have no non-trade entrepreneurship. There are a lot of transport, communications, construction firms, and there's really a lot of fluctuations in the development, but the role of fast-growing and fast-dying enterprises is higher in the Arctic than in Russia. And you see the graph that shows that the share of businesses in construction in the Arctic region is higher than generally across the country. So there's a question. Previously, I said that we have much fewer entrepreneurs in the Arctic than an average in Russia, if you compare them. But now there's a question, but still, why do they exist here in the Arctic? And here we find the specificity of the Arctic zone. And we should bear it in mind if we talk about our mutual cooperation. That's, first of all, the monopoly effects that are shown nearly everywhere. In large cities and agglomerations of the central part of Russia, we see competition. In the Arctic, across the Arctic, we have these monopoly effects. Very huge mobility as the principle of survival of the Arctic entrepreneurs. Some entrepreneurs should work in very small, numerous markets. Complexity and polyfunctionality of activities, contracting with big resource companies. That's also a source of money, and it will promote the survival of small entrepreneurs. And there's a lot of businesses who are doing business not for money, but for the sake of the community, in order to maintain the traditional lifestyle. So that's not just economy, but rather culture and social aspects that are dominating here. And certainly they do have state support in the Arctic, because Arctic entrepreneurs have more state support than the ordinary Russian entrepreneurs. And this slide shows this art of survival of the Arctic entrepreneurship, how entrepreneurs respond to the challenges of the small markets and northern benefits that they should pay to their employees. How do they respond to long distance from major markets and high production costs? That's to the left, and to the right, you see the response to these challenges: mobility, high proportion of temporary workers, workers who are working according to labor agreements and temporary labor contracts. There's a range of involved workers in the Arctic that is quite rather higher in the Arctic, and that's the way to save up a bit if we talk about production costs. So that's a forced innovative character, forced innovativeness, and the production of such end products that would allow to overcome these long distances. And certainly a low level of transaction costs from the point of view of corruption. In the Arctic region, this factor works less than across Russia, and they also have a more support from municipal authorities. As for the activities that are traditional and quite specific for the Arctic, the ones that entrepreneurs are pleased to be involved in, that's energy audit, and that's the production of certain goods and services that are aimed at the support of hunters and fishery, and also there's the energy support and energy generation issues, there's geological prospecting and exploration issues. And I've written it down from the yellow pages, by the way. And there is a whole range of businesses there with their specificity stated in the yellow pages, and thus I managed to define the Arctic cluster that entrepreneurs prefer. So what are the myths that should be overcome in order to support the Arctic entrepreneurship correctly? First of all, constructive competition. No, it is destructive in the Arctic. Here we see monopoly effects that work, and thanks to them, entrepreneurs here survive on small markets. They are local monopolies, and they get the margin and rent for monopoly, and thus they survive here, considering the high operating costs. Yet another myth is that we need to maintain the competitiveness of Arctic businesses, but we made sure already that for many entrepreneurs, that's not economic issue, but rather cultural, social criteria more important to maintain traditional values, to preserve them, and so on. And yet another myth is that we should have unified norms and rules for the Arctic and for the entire Russia, and there should be no difference, no additional support and public purchases and so on. But no, that's not the case. We should have specific Arctic institutions to support Arctic entrepreneurship. And here are the priorities of these Arctic institutions. Certainly, we should understand that there are really remote areas without transportation, and here we should liberate entrepreneurs from all kinds of taxes. This will be correct. And certainly, we should preserve mobility and market access for entrepreneurs that are working remotely. Certainly, we should have longer periods of state support. Like offshore projects, we recognize that we should support them in the long term, and thus we should support the Arctic entrepreneurs. They should also have long-term state support. Certainly, we should have grants and subsidies for traditional handicrafts. We should have subsidies for energy supply, and that is of particular importance considering the Arctic. And now, finalizing, I want to say, to give you the conclusion of this 20 years of study of the Arctic entrepreneurship in Russia in different regions, the major conclusion that's coming through the entire book is, make me a separate case. These are the words mentioned by some of the Arctic entrepreneurs that I've interviewed. He said, you can't compare me with Moscow entrepreneur. Make me a separate case and provide me with a certain approach, with certain state support and state regulation and all the Arctic specificity and conditions of entrepreneurship requires it. And on this map, you see the Arctic zone as of late 2020, and you see new territories that were given to the Arctic zone in 2020. They were allocated from the northern zone to the Arctic zone. That's it. Thank you so much. Thank you, distinguished Professor Pelasov. From the point of view of economists, your book is really of particular interest, considering entrepreneurship, that an object of study of economic theory, and certainly it will be very nice to read it, to get acquainted with it, and maybe to find answers to a whole range of questions that were not studied yet. And I hope that this book will allow us to do that. I hope that that's just an initial stage. Distinguished colleagues, the topic of the next report is the Arctic shipping vision up until 2035 based on carbon emissions reduction and carbon neutralization. The report was delivered by the Permanent Director of China on international cooperation of the COSCO company Tsai Meizan, the Director of Research Institute of Polar Shipping and Safety of the Dalian Maritime University. So please, Professor, you have the floor.
Прошу вас, вам слово. Уважаемые коллеги, у нас небольшая пауза.
Distinguished colleagues, will have a short pause. Maybe it's associated with the technical failure. First of all, allow me to thank you for the opportunity to deliver my report at this event. And the interpreters beg your pardon, but unfortunately we can't hear the speaker. Chinese colleagues will just add up some sound and it will be okay, I hope.
OK 啊，好，我继续讲啊。当前我们有3件事情啊，值得大家关注的。
Currently, I have 3 issues that I would like to develop on in my today's speech. The ones that, well, certainly I won't develop on everything that I wanted to mention, but I would like to mention these 3 that influence a lot. Well, yet another point is associated with accidents that happen in the north and with bursts of emissions, and certainly we should take into account the environmental factor if we talk about the navigation in the northern routes. And now we find ourselves in the bottleneck that should be expanded if we want to develop navigation in the northern areas. So what are the ways to resolve this problem? We see some dramatic changes in this area now. Certainly, I have my own opinion about the development of this field, and that's dealing with this connection between Europe, Asia, and we really hope that in these 3 issues we'll manage to move forward. And that's dealing with supplies and so on. So the major trends in the development and the major difficulties in the development of navigation compared to 2008, the emissions volume by 2050, the emissions should drop by 50%. Compared to 2008, and by 2030 carbon emissions should drop 40%, and by 2060 by 50% compared to the year 2030. And there are different opinions about whether it's possible to achieve this goal or not. But the government still announced that the carbon peak will be achieved in 2030, and in 2060, we will achieve carbon neutrality. And we won't use oil and so on. And there is this European Union strategy, Fit for 55, that includes the following. This strategy for navigation is, this strategy will influence navigation a lot. And the goal here is by late 2030 to see carbon emissions to drop by 55% compared to the year 1990. And certainly that's true for the navigation sector, because navigation should be included in this great deal on carbon emissions. And this plan creates certain framework for the development of navigation and for the development of marginal emissions levels, and certainly it influences the global supply chains. And third is that these rules, they create new cost of trade with the European Union. And fourth is that we should understand our responsibility for emissions. And fifth is that we should use more natural gas as fuel for navigation. Yes, the use of gas, that's our future. So what do we expect to see by 2035? So we see an up scale, and the volume by of trade should significantly increase in time, and by 2030 the need for fuel for energy will rise by 50%. Now that's a general trend, and today it should be mentioned that if we compare our current navigation, if we preserve our current navigation rates, we won't meet this demand, and certainly we should satisfy the developmental needs of mankind. And from the Chinese and Asian point of view, we should act in the considering the interests of our development, and certainly we should have a look at the image, and we'll see the growth of energy resource import. And currently we use more energy, more LNG in the major volume of LNG in the world, and certainly these needs will grow. And certainly the global economy is developing unevenly, the needs are not the same, but still the global trade is going up, and our maritime shipments should look for new ways, new routes. And the major route that we need goes through the Arctic. This creates new prospects because we see the growth of trade volume that becomes possible, and the Northern Sea route provides new opportunities. And indeed, Russia and China should cooperate more in the Arctic, and certainly we have understanding, our top management has understanding, our heads of state discuss these issues many times. Certainly we will develop the Northern Sea route together. And you see that today we don't have so much success, but still by 2030, as far as I believe, we'll have a larger navigation period, not just 6 months. So this navigation period is certainly depends on ice conditions, on icebreaker technologies, but certainly we'll see the development of technologies. And both China and Russia should cooperate more in this sector. And we believe that this period of navigation will increase the ice top ice condition periods will drop. Certainly we need appropriate vessels that would allow us to meet our goals. And for example, if we can say that 1/3 of our trade can be transferred to the northern sea route, and we can see the different routes on the map, the ones that are associated with trade. I see different lines through the Pacific, or Arctic Ocean, and you see the container transshipments here. Certainly these routes should be connected, and the northern sea route is one of the options here. And container transshipments through the sea route would allow us to connect Europe to East Asia. And this line, and it is quite useful, not just for Europe and Asia, but also for the United States and for South America, because it will allow to connect different parts of the globe by one transportation line. That is why the development of this container line will be useful not just for China and Russia, China and Europe, but it will be used for the whole globe. This will be a basic line of the global trade. And the entire mankind and the entire economic activity will be based, will rely on the Arctic region more and more. And if we see new container transshipments route via north, certainly this will be quite a favorable option. This will increase the need, the demand for ocean transshipment. So that's how we assess the case. You see, it will impact the entire global trade. So these are the long-term forecasts on the rise of shipments by 2025 and 2035 and so on. And in Russia today, we see the strategy up until 2035 that provides for the development of these regions, for their exploration. Certainly it requires ice-class vessels, icebreakers, gas carriers, and so on. And we see the greater development of this strategy. We'll see new vessels, new infrastructure, and this would allow us to significantly improve our opportunities by 2035. We'll see more options in the northern sea route. And the question is how we're going to use these chances, these new options, and in order to provide for trade upscale. How should we use this opportunity? How are we going to use to master the growing needs and demands? And I'm sure that China and Russia will work together to use all the possible options. So I believe I'll stop here. Thank you so much to our speaker for the fascinating report and detailed presentation. I'm sure that the development of the Northern Sea Route will promote further development of the Chinese export and Chinese economy, and certainly not just Chinese, but also, as the speaker said, Russian economy as well, and the global economy. So, thank you. Professor, our next report will cover the issues of legal aspects of protection during mining processes in the Russian Arctic zone. It will be delivered by Associate Professor of St. Petersburg State University by Marina Yermolina. So please, Marina, you have the floor. Marina, please turn your sound on.
Добрый день, меня слышно?
Hello, do you hear me? Yes, we do hear you well. But if it will be a bit louder, it will be even better. Yes, unfortunately, I don't see where to download my presentation.
Демонстрация экрана, пожалуйста.
Share screen, please.
Зеленый значок внизу.
This green sign, green button.
Извините, пожалуйста.
So I beg your pardon.
Может, мне стоит заново зайти, извините, что так.
Maybe I should get connected once again. Yes, just a moment.
Просто откройте презентацию.
Just open up your presentation. We see your screen.
Я только вижу
I
себя.
can't open it up. I don't see the presentation, unfortunately.
Увидели, да?
Нет, нет, это не что-то не то.
No, that's not the presentation.
Так, а может быть, кто-то тогда загрузит мою презентацию?
Maybe someone will help me to download the presentation.
Так вот, демонстрация увидела. Так, демонстрация. Почему-то у меня...
Сейчас, секунду, может быть, попробуем вам
Just a
помочь.
second, we'll try to help you.
Так. Угу. Может, тогда без демонстрации выступать? Я что-то не могу ее загрузить, не знаю почему. Извините.
Maybe without the presentation, because for some reason I can't turn it on.
Так. Так, я, наверное. Мгм.
Так, ну вот
Видно
мы
мою
увидели
демонстрацию?
вашу
Да,
презентацию.
извините.
So now we see your presentation.
Мгм. Так.
Пожалуйста.
Yes, I beg your pardon for that. So please, Marina.
Ага, всё понятно.
Okay.
Так, добрый день еще раз.
So once again,
Российско-китайской встречи.
good afternoon, distinguished participants of the Russian-Chinese academic meeting. My topic is dedicated to legal aspects of mining processes
Как мы знаем,
in the Russian Arctic zone. We know that currently the state policy in the Arctic
Российской Федерации
of the Russian Federation So this state policy mostly focuses on the extraction of natural resources, but still we should remember that the Arctic is not just a storage of mineral resources. From the international standpoint, as many speakers have already mentioned, the Arctic region is a global ecosystem, and for this reason, we should discuss the vulnerability of this region and the consequences of climate change that are caused by the change in this ecosystem. And talking about the Arctic policy, Secretary General, UN Secretary General mentioned that specific measures should be taken. And that's particularly relevant considering the Conference of the Parties, the 26th session to be held in Glasgow. And that's an important argument from the point of view of international cooperation between Russia and the PRC, including the sphere of extraction, Arctic extraction. Now let's turn to the legislation of the Russian Federation. The legal regulation and environmental protection and rational natural resources use in the Arctic. So this all is represented by the norms of constitution and federal laws, and we should pay attention to the laws on environmental protection, on the federal law on subsoil use, on the civil code, tax code, and the range of other acts that describes the authorities of different public institutions that are responsible for environmental protection and extraction. International law is also here in place, and from this point of view, we should be based on the universal law. We should respect the rights of citizens. We should respect the sovereignty of states, and certainly we should respect the need for environmental protection. And the Russian Federation is an active participant of the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals up until 2030. And thus we should include environmental protection issues in all the national strategies and programs. And that's what we see today. Yes, there are certain points that I would like to draw your attention to. Currently, state policy in the Arctic is carried out using different strategies and doctrines, concepts that are being developed by the Ministry of the Russian Federation for the development of the Far East and the Arctic. And certainly these relevant acts are of particular importance for the economy of the country. And recently you see that strategy of the development of the Arctic zone of the Russian Federation up until 2035 was adopted, as well as other acts. But these acts not always have a comprehensive view on this balance of socio-economic and environmental development. And that, by the way, is frequently mentioned by Russian scientists. And a significant drawback here is that in the development of documents for strategic planning of the territory of Russia, we does not involve other federal authorities like ministries of natural Ministry of Natural Resources and Environmental Protection. They don't invite leading scientists from other institutions and from, I don't know, some other institutions that are related with the topic. They don't take into account the interests of small-numbered indigenous peoples who live here on this territory. And from the point of view of environmental protection, we see that we should bear in mind the decrees of the government that should cover this law on subsoil and other laws. But in practice, it turns out that these acts have declaratory nature. and therefore we are mostly concentrated on they are mostly concentrated on the development of mineral resource base. On the one hand, it's good from the point of view of economy, but we should not forget about a rational use of natural resources. That's why these documents should reflect international cooperation issues that would take into account the interests of all the countries when regulating natural use on the territory. And we see the particular importance of the federal law in environmental protection because it provides for the development of best possible technologies in the area. And according to this law, the use of this technology, we need to use those technologies that regulate economic and other types of activity that have a negative impact on the environment and on technological processes and technical modes applied in economic and other types of activities. Foreign experience during the introduction of norms based on the application of best possible technologies demonstrated the efficiency of this approach in the reduction of anthropogenic load on the environment. As for the forms and conditions of participation, so these norms can be regulated by agreements between the countries on the issues of international cooperation in environmental protection and rational use of natural resources. Using these international agreements, participants create favorable conditions for the attraction of investments. They promote the involvement of different economic subjects. They promote the development and implementation of joint investment projects that are carried out with the participation of third parties as well. And here I'd like to thank you for your attention and stop. Thank you so much. Thank you, Marina. Thank you so much. Certainly the role of legislation in environmental protection, especially in such a sensitive region as the Arctic, this role is quite huge. Thank you so much. And now I would like to give the floor to my co-moderator, distinguished Professor Gore. So, Professor, please, you have the floor.
非常高兴跟安娜托利维耶奇教授一
Yes,
起
thank you so much.
这个赛事。
I'm really pleased that today we have an opportunity to be here at this session. And our next speaker is the director of the Polar and Ocean Research Center of Shanghai Institute of International Studies, Professor Zhao Long. He will tell us about Sino-Russian cooperation in the Arctic, considering global zero carbon race. Please, Professor. First of all, good afternoon. Just a second.
非常感谢郭培英教授。那么我们很高兴
听不见你的声音。
正如之前的
Thank you so much, Professor Guo Peiting, and other participants for the opportunity to take part in the 10th Russian-Chinese academic meeting on the Arctic. And from the very first, I've been taking part in such seminars from the very beginning, and today I'm going to talk about the new challenges of Sino-Russian cooperation in the Arctic and about the global zero carbon race. As we all know, everyone is aspiring to reduce carbon emissions. And right now, we see that all countries plan to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. And the countries certainly introduce certain plans and programs, and they plan to become neutral by 2050. And considering this background, we are going to change the global energy system of resource consumption, and oil demand can drop by 10% in this decade and by 50% in the forthcoming 50 years. And here we see what we're going to have in 2035. We see that oil, gas trends will be like that, and the need for renewables will go up. And simultaneously, the United States and Europe and the Asia-Pacific region, they also updated their goals in order to achieve zero emissions. And China announced that it is going to achieve carbon peak by 2030 and carbon neutrality by 2060. And we see the drop of emissions, the planned drop of emissions after 2030, and we'll see it considering the energy mix of China. We see that the role of gas and oil is going to drop from 82% to 19% by 2060. Thus, I believe that carbon neutrality will change the energy mix of China and will influence Russian-Chinese cooperation in the energy sector. And it will influence the use of traditional fuels. But certainly we should consider mid-term and long-term prospects. Certainly this will change Sino-Russian relations, interaction and relations. And there's yet another question. For example, we see the oil market, established gas market from the point of view of customer and seller. And the oil share is going to drop. And along with that, we'll see the new energy revolution. So we expect significant changes that will influence the strategic views of energy sector development in the Arctic. And some of Russian officials, delivered this report saying that we should sell everything. So they should sell everything. So Russia has its own plans. And there are a lot of projects scheduled for development that are now, some of them are now being developed right now. And if we have a look at this slide, we see that certainly Russia tries to accelerate the introduction of certain standards for the development of the Arctic region. And other countries also require that all the countries should meet all the requirements for environmental protection. And for example, President Biden holds all the activities associated with oil and gas extraction in the Arctic National Reserve. And Russia is going to face certain challenges and it will face certain pressure on the development of oil and gas exploration in the Arctic. So these are the conditions that we will find ourselves in, and we should find balance here between an accelerated use of energy dividends, and we should consider whether we should freeze the use of Arctic resources by other countries. So this should be considered. And there are other challenges as well. For example, the pandemic today that influenced our projects, and it led to a change of projects. On the one hand, we have a deficit of need and stagnation of demand influenced by the pandemic, so that all influenced the development of Arctic cooperation between our countries in oil and gas on the one hand. This influences the political decisions and investments, but in forthcoming decades, and on the other hand, there is certain interruption in trade and in production that influences the demand in the global markets for energy, for navigation. And for example, Novatek decided to halt the construction of CNG plant. They plan to launch it in late 2022 in Yamal and its autonomous district. So you see the drop in investments from 2019 to 2020 by category. Therefore, in post-pandemic era, we will have to correct our plans on Arctic exploration. And there's yet another offer if we talk about LNG projects. First of all, there's a need to improve the flexibility when we develop the roadmap for the development. And we should bear in mind the fluctuations of international energy and navigation markets in post-pandemic era. And during negotiations, we should prioritize our cooperation projects in oil and gas. We should optimize the order and define the goals of the stage-by-stage development. And there's a need to prepare technical substantiation for financial substantiation of all different oil projects, and we should create this 1+N model with the use of CNG as a core. And this will, I believe, promote further development between our countries in the Arctic. And there's yet another point of agenda. It is associated with the development of nuclear power and other types of energy, for example, solar energy, wind energy in the Arctic. And we know that Russia has already launched the first nuclear power plant on a vessel. And that's very important for our further development. We believe that we can also cooperate in hydrogen power in the Arctic, and there is an issue of the use of wind energy resources. For example, and you see this wind farm in Murmansk that's in progression, and China would like to participate in this project. So this picture is a bit distorted. And basically, I want to say that China and Russia should upscale cooperation and adopt new innovations. They should use different novel technologies, cloud computing, big data, blockchain, and so on, to create a digital energy trading system that would provide safe trade in oil and gas and other energy carriers. And at the same time, a joint research base should be developed in order to support this modernization of the energy sector. And I believe that in this field, both countries have pretty good prospects for innovations and cooperation. And I prepared the text of my presentation in both languages, Chinese and Russia, just for you to feel more comfortable. And I would like to thank all the colleagues from Ocean University, and I would like to thank colleagues from St. Petersburg State University, Nadezhda Klimovna. So thank you, everyone.
我们想他提出了，他分析了这个在北极能源
Thank you, Professor Jalon, for the wonderful report for the talk about the possible developments of resources in the Arctic region. I believe Russian colleagues
而且赵龙教授提出了很好的建议。
can add up to the topic. And certainly, I believe Professor mentioned several good ideas about the preservation of this balance in the region. And he also mentioned how our future cooperation may look like and what can be done, what joint developments can be introduced in the future. Therefore, we hope that we'll have our contribution here. Now we're going to listen to Russian and Chinese researchers. So first of all, we're going to listen to Professor Bilateral. And also Yelena Sokolovskaya. And they will tell us about rare earth metals in the Russian-Chinese cooperation. So please, you have the floor. And distinguished Professor Go, thank you very much for giving me the floor. Our report was prepared as a result of work of the Lab of Asian Economic Studies of St. Petersburg State University. And indeed, it is dedicated to the extraction of rare earth elements in the Arctic. Currently, rare earth metals are an integral component of the implementation of green energy technology, wind turbines, electric cars, electric vehicles, smartphones, and domestic electric wire production. For example, when you produce iPhones, you use 9 out of 17 rare earth elements. And with the development of high-tech products, we see the growth of demand for rare earth metals. And currently, China accounts for 57.6% of the global production of rare earth elements. And the country is also a leader in processing and export of these metals, regardless of the fact that in 2021, the rules for transfer were strengthened, and China decided to upscale the production and to drop the production, and by 2050 they plan to reduce the production by twofold, up until first of all due to the conservation of mines. And in 2019, the government reduced the quotas for domestic production of rare earth metals by 20%. And at that, the share of China in overall volume of processing of ore into alloys and magnets is continuously growing. And right now, China produces nearly 90% of magnets. And this demonstrates the aspiration of the country to dominate in processing and production of products with high value added that would allow to get higher margin with less costs for the environment. And considering this drop of domestic production, China is interested in new sources of extraction of rare earths beyond the borders of the country, including the Arctic region. And the best known project of Chinese investment into the Kvanefjeld mine. And that's the second largest deposit of rare earths in the world. And an Australian company has the license here. That's the Greenland Mineral Company. And major shareholder here is the Chinese Shenzhen Resources. And the Canadian Fraser Institute annually calculates the index of policy perception that reflects how friendly the local authorities' policy is regarding the extraction sector. And Greenland shifted from place 48 to place 55 among the analyzed countries, and the situation may continue changing in this direction. And in April 2021, the Left Party of Greenland spoke against the development of this deposit, and this party got the majority during elections on the territory of Denmark, and this really questioned the future of this project. And extraction of rare earths in Kvanefjeld is possible only if radioactive uranium is produced as a side product, and the negative impact on the environment has become the major argument for the opponents of the development of the mine. And above all, Chinese companies are actively searching for the opportunities to control the field in Nunavut, Canadian Nunavut, being the owner of zinc and copper extraction companies in the region. And Shandong Gold Mining Corporation initiated the acquisition of a gold extraction mine, Hope Bay, that belongs to the Canadian company Tmak Resources. And in October 2020, the Canadian government initiated an audit of this transaction from the point of view of a national security threat. And in late December, they blocked the transaction for this reason. And as of today, as for prospective resources of rare earth metals, Russia ranks second, whereas the extraction in the country makes up less than 2% of the overall global recovery. And more than 90% of rare earths reserves are concentrated in Murmansk and in the Republic of Sahara. The volume of extraction of rare earths in Russia make up 100,000 tons a year, and they extract it into concentrates, and they just less than 5% of this volume goes for processing. And that's the peculiarity of the Russian mineral resource base, that mostly rare earths are side components of and in these oxides, this rare earths really exceed 1%, and all the extraction of rare earths in Russia happens in Lovozero deposit. And apatite nephelite objects of Kibin group account for 60% in the Murmansk region. And separately, we should dwell upon the Tamtor deposit in Yakutia. And in prospective reserves and concentrations, it exceeds all the global similar projects. The development project for this deposit is included in the Russian program that is aimed up until 2022, we plan to start the exploitation of this company. And Tamtor deposit contains a lot of reserves of neodymium oxide that is much needed for the production of magnets. And from the economic point of view, magnet production is a leader among other sectors that consume rare earth minerals. It accounts for 80% of the global world value of the rare earth minerals, and just 30% of the volume of the global deposits. Therefore, such deposits and such fields that can service the demands are promising and most attractive from the point of view of investment. And in order to stimulate the domestic demand, the Ministry of Trade and Industry of the Russian Federation, like China, offer by 2025 to introduce a mandatory quota for the domestic companies on the use of rare earth metals in different sectors. And at that, the support instruments for extraction companies will be provided by a subsidy for the compensation of interest rates on investment loans in production of rare and rare earth minerals. And in February 2021, the ministry has prepared changes associated with the prolongation of the opportunity to use such subsidies up until 2030. Previously, this was the year 2025. And overall, the studies show that currently, in order to preserve the leading positions in rare earth minerals processing, China is interested to extract rare earths at the Arctic shelf. And Russian Arctic subsoil contains a lot of deposits of the strategic elements, including rare earth minerals and metals needed for the development of green energy. And considering this background, interaction between Russia and China during extraction of rare earth minerals is possible if Russia will introduce the principles of rational protectionism. For example, the access of Chinese companies to deposits on the Russian shelf from when control is being carried out, because otherwise there's a high probability that the processing products will pass through the chain of added value in China. Whereas Chinese companies in this condition will get an opportunity to eliminate the consequences of a quota drop for internal production of rare earth minerals. Distinguished participants of the seminar, here I'd like to stop my report, and I would like to thank you all for attention. Thank you so much. Indeed, Russia has a lot of rare earth metals that are quite needed for the development of electrical engineering, and indeed, China has certain advantages. Here, for example, 90% of rare earth metals are now extracted in China, and certainly there are prospects for further development. Our next speaker is from the Center of Polar Research of China, that's Zhang Beixi. He will tell us about the expectations of Russian Arctic Council chairmanship and about the prospects of Russia-China Arctic cooperation. Please, Zhang Beixi, you have the floor.
好的，谢谢郭老师，也谢谢海洋大学和圣彼得堡大学的邀请。
Thank you very much, Professor Gorbeitin. I would like to thank the Ocean University of China and St. Petersburg State University for the opportunity to speak out. And certainly Russia will chair the Arctic Council. And I would like to see how Russia will work as a chairman, and what limitations we're going to have, what challenges we're going to face, how we're going to resolve them, and how both countries will manage to interact on bilateral and multilateral platforms. So my presentation is prepared in English, so it will be easier for Russian colleagues to understand what I say. And in May this year, in Reykjavik, there was a meeting of the Arctic Ministerial Council, and for the first time, the members of the council met after the start of pandemic. And we remember on 11th council meeting, the United States had a different position from everyone, and after the chairman changed, the US position has changed as well. And the United States undertook certain commitments on the protection of biodiversity, on gas recovery ban on the shelf, and so on. And it's quite surprising that climate change, it's not surprising that climate change will be included in the agenda in the future. Under all of this issue will continue growing. And for example, in economy, everyone should behave responsibly and extract resources, responsibly develop green economy, and this requires new standards. In the Arctic, we should reduce emissions and develop sustainable structures. And from the point of view of environmental issues, this Reykjavik declaration really supports the Paris Agreement, and it aims at the reduction of carbon emissions from 25 to 33% by 2025 compared to 2013. And also this declaration urges observers to undertake the same measures. And it really requires certain efforts from the countries, and it requires to employ certain mechanisms, for example, in the management of maritime transshipments. And the Arctic navigation should be used as a platform. Polar code should be applied in the Arctic waters. So, in particular, there is a need to upscale cooperation with border patrols, and we should host joint meetings as well. So the climate change is becoming gains importance in this agenda, and certainly we need joint measures to reduce emissions. And we've seen that the countries here I'm referring to observers mainly, they have their own positions, but still we need to pull efforts in order to bring this idea to the entire world, that we need to reach a consensus on the Arctic development in the forthcoming years. For the 20th anniversary of the Council establishment, we should make our plans come true. Therefore, these long-term efforts are planned for the next 10 years, and certainly this will be a goal of Russia in the forthcoming 2 years as a chairman to coordinate the development in the sector. And Russia will assume chairmanship. And we all are to provide sustainable development in the Arctic. Certainly this will be a priority for Russia during chairmanship. As Minister Lavrov said at the Reykjavik meeting, that sustainable development of the Arctic will be a priority for Russia during the chairmanship. And Mr. Medvedev said that this is the long-term Russian interest, as well as safety and the security in the region. And basically, the Arctic Council will be a venue for discussions of all the interesting issues, and Russia will, I believe, restore its participation in different security sessions, and this will improve trust and transparency. And Mr. Lavrov, in his speech, offered to expand cooperation of the Arctic Council in military issues as well, because we need to resume dialogue between defense ministers of the Arctic countries, so that they could promote these topics at border control summits. So maybe Russia will introduce some changes in the new scheme, in the old schemes, or maybe offer some new schemes. And Russia and the United States, certainly they plan to use the Arctic Council in order to preserve certain level of contact on technical issues and so on. And on the other hand, Russia will try to add up its strategy to the agenda of the Arctic Council. For example, the economic development of Russia, it is a priority for the state, and certainly Russia will use the opportunities of Arctic Council in order to improve connections within the framework of the Arctic Council in order to achieve certain tolerance to sustainable development within the framework of the Council. Between the countries that are members and observers, the ministerial meeting also defined the plan and the plans and goals for chairmanship. So you can already see it on the website of the Ministry of Foreign Relations of Russia, and Russia plans to host nearly 100 events, ministerial meetings, online, offline meetings. So being a chairman, Russia will be quite different because it attributes very huge importance to the development of the Arctic economy and also to the monitoring of environmental innovations, so everything that supports our development. Sure, we're going to see certain misconception because other countries may have their own agenda, so there will be some kind of opposition between these interests. And as for the prospects of China-Russian Arctic cooperation, after the start of the development of the Northern Sea Route, the countries will expand cooperation in different sectors. And the speed of the development of the Northern Sea Route is not sufficient. Certainly, the Russian economy is not that active, and therefore we'll see that cargo volume is just increased by 3%. Certainly, that's not sufficient. So we don't see the achievement of plans right now, but still the volume of cargo will grow. And for example, COSCO conducted 11 transit courses in 2020. And if Russia wants to return to the fast track of Arctic development, it needs to further strengthen international cooperation. And as for China, the Russian chairmanship will give additional opportunities for our further cooperation. And here, first of all, China can coordinate with Russia on different multilateral platforms. So we share positions on the Arctic development. Certainly, the plans, the work plan, agenda, and the priority areas of the Arctic Council that Russia proposed for the forthcoming 2 years will point out the direction for specific cooperation projects. And we need to use the Chinese technological advances in order to develop the Russian Arctic. And for example, right now, China tries to introduce circular economy into Russia, also needs some science-intensive high-tech industries development, and China has its advantages, and it can use its technological advances and develop infrastructure, construction, and communications. So China can give them to Russia. And as for the scientific sector, a lot can be done here as well. We can enrich our cooperation between Russia and China in science. And scientific cooperation is now defined by Russia, and I believe not sufficient attention is given to this field. For example, in the forthcoming years, Russia plans to give it as a country that takes care about the protection of the Arctic environment, and Russia plans to build the Snowflake International Research Station in the Yamal region that will be that will have zero emissions, carbon emissions. And here we need to use different models to scale up scientific cooperation. For example, we can outline plans for 5 or 10 years. We can sign certain agreements between the two countries. In polar and ocean projects, China can participate in snowflake construction. And for example, China can also help to develop the self-propelling floating platforms and, for example, helping the development of joint labs. So all of that, these are my personal ideas. Thank you so much for attention.
前面分析了这个俄罗斯在担任北极理事会轮值主席
Thank you
国。
so much, Professor Denbei. Yes, in forthcoming years, we'll
我们也非常希望双方能够
see
在所有的领域，包括
serious structural changes, I believe, while Russia is a chairman, and I hope that we'll see the development of SNG and in science, I believe, we'll develop on the issues of security, of resource development, and so on. I believe we will pay attention to that. We should pay attention to that. So I would like to thank all the speakers of our session, and I believe we don't have time.
我们不得不进行到下一个环节。在这里，我想告诉各位朋友，
I believe we should wrap up our first session.
所以不能主持第二个环节的一部分。
I beg your pardon, using this privilege. Yes, I would like to give 5 minutes for questions and answers, if there are any. Distinguished colleagues, any questions to the speakers, short questions, because regardless of the fact that all the speakers stick to the time limit, still we are very limited in time.
对，我们也非常期望那个有问题交流。那我们看看。
Okay, distinguished colleagues, if there are any questions, feel free to ask them.
让我们的听众提1到2个问
I
题。
have one question to Denbei. It's always interesting for me to listen to your reports. You're a permanent participant of our meetings. So how do you think for Russian-Chinese relations, will it be expedient to develop some platforms that would allow us to discuss regulatory norms of Russia? Maybe some, educational aspects of legal relations between Russia and China, because currently many people mentioned that, not just in environmental protection, but also we should consider the legal rules of interaction in the economic field. So what's your point of view about it? Thank you.
好，邓北西教授。
你好，你好，感谢您的问题。
For the question, once again, hello.
我的感觉是，这个
In my mind,
我当然是非常欢迎，就是如果有这个平台能够出现的话，给
indeed, I would be glad to see such a platform, because it will provide us more opportunities for discussion, and if we would have such a platform,
针对不同的领域，比如说
we
现在
could discuss with a possible series of interaction, because right now, I believe we don't have enough options in the field. For China, everything that's dealing with marine law or transshipments, everything would be interesting, including this norms associated with NSR. So I believe those issues would be of interest. And in this case, we'll see the prospects of development. And also, it would be nice to discuss the investment issues in the region, because you see many Chinese investors are facing numerous problems in infrastructure and in interaction with local authorities. And certainly we should understand him to work with regional authorities or maybe federal authorities. What are the rules of investment? So we need more understanding here. And I believe these problems may emerge, they emerge from time to time. And maybe it would be nice to have some this type of discussions. We'll make use of such a platform. Certainly we could also discuss regulatory issues or lawmaking issues. Thank you. Thank you, distinguished colleagues and distinguished Professor Gore. If you don't mind, I wrap up the session and I announce that it's closed. And I'll announce a short break. And after that, we'll be happy to see you on the second session. And Nadezhda will be a moderator of the second session. Thank you so much. Distinguished colleagues, we're going to have a 5-minute break.
很好，好的，好的，合作愉快。在这稍等。
Yes, okay. 5 minutes break.
因为太梅江先生，因为有其他事情，所以不能主持第二个环节中的内容。那么将由吉林大学的张慧智教授代表。
Mr. Saimei-Zhan will not be able to co-moderate the second session. Therefore, we'll have a second professor to help. So I wanted to warn you about it. And now we're going to have this short break. Thank you.
Спасибо.
Recording stopped. Dear participants, we beg your pardon for
Recording in
this
progress.
small delay. In St. Petersburg, it's quite cold, so we need hot tea and coffee. Let's continue our work. Section 2, Interregional Cooperation in the Arctic. We have 7 speakers. Chinese University. They will let us know who will moderate instead of Sai Meijun. The Chinese moderators here. Thank you very much. Good morning. The first speaker today at this section. Good morning again. We are glad to see you. Interregional cooperation in industry support of the energy projects in the Arctic. Doctor of Economics, Alexei Mikhailovich Fadeev, Senior Researcher of the Economics of Marine in the Arctic, Institute of Economic Issues, named after Luzin, of Kola Scientific Center, Russian Academy of Sciences, Apatiti, Murmansk region. Let me load his presentation.
Здравствуйте. Прежде всего, Российской академии наук, позвольте поблагодарить вас за приглашение и возможность сделать доклад перед столь авторитетной аудиторией. Буду вам благодарен за помощь в демонстрации презентации и переключении слайдов. Вот. Надеюсь, что сейчас она загрузится.
It will load shortly.
Коллеги, подскажите, меня слышно, видно?
Dear colleagues, can you see? Can you hear me? Yes, we can see and hear you very well. Your presentation is loading. Unfortunately, I cannot see my presentation. But if you wait a minute, while the presentation is loading, let me inform you that the topic of the conference is very timely. As you probably know, Russia will preside in the Arctic Council during the next 2 years, and today the Arctic becomes a very promising economic zone where cooperation will be very intense. Thank you. I can see my presentation now. The first slide, you may see a Chinese platform which operated on one of the Russian shelf projects. So please switch to the next slide. First of all, since I have very little time, let me very briefly touch upon the key points of my presentation. First, I'd like to say that the Arctic was always in the limelight of Russian researchers since the first attempts to explore started many years ago, to study the ocean, its wealth. And here, since the 11th century, the Arctic has been in the it attracted attention of researchers and businessmen. In the Arctic, Russian Arctic shelf, number of unique deposits was discovered. In 2014, the first batch of oil was shipped on Pechorsky Sea. And this project is a unique one in Russia from the point of oil extraction. Let me say that according to experts, up to 25% of all hydrocarbons are in the Arctic shelf, and almost a half belong to the Russian part. And of course, without exaggeration, we may say that the Arctic will be a warrant of the energy safety, not only for Europe, but for other states of the world. I should say that the Arctic for Russia at the moment have 9 subjects or 9 regions of Russia included in the so-called Arctic zone, and companies in this Arctic zone already produce about 15% of GDP and account for almost a quarter of the Russian export. And if we take a look, the Arctic today is a multi-component territory where different industries can operate: oil and gas, transport, mining, of course, defense, and at the same time, such industries are exotic, such as Arctic travel. And the Arctic region today is a very promising economic zone, and there many large-scale projects will be implemented in near future. Next slide, please. Speaking of energy projects, of course, since the first day, how to explore, how to extract, and how to transport, transport people to platforms. So we need new strategies for that to include efficiency. All experience teaches many energy projects. For example, 7 out of 10 companies are fairly small, employ less than 10 people, and that creates new prospects for regional companies ready to participate in the added value chain. Next slide, please. In this slide, you may see an example. Troll platform, Norway, was the largest construction, man-made. And the example of Norway is that international cooperation can become a driver of the economic development of a territory and create considerable benefits for all the participants of this project. Next slide, please. The energy projects in the Arctic are comparable with space exploration. Here you may see a project of a well in the same field, not only vertical wells, but horizontal wells that are kilometers long. And for that, you need unique knowledge and unique technology that bring together. Next slide, please. When we talk about oil and gas, most think of major corporations, but up to 80% of works are performed by so-called suppliers. And on the left, you may see the so-called chain of the transformation of energy, well to will. And on the right, you may see only a small part of companies involved in this added value chain. And of course, they see the ocean of opportunities to find the entry point and to attract, to use its competence at various stages of energy projects. Next slide, please. In this slide, you may see an example of possible cluster in northwestern region, where each region of Russia has its own unique competitive potential, and such intellectual center, of course, is in St. Petersburg, which has the very strong research institutions and educational institutions. And here we may create a nucleus that in the future will be used to explore the Arctic. Next slide. Example of archangels in the same region demonstrates its huge transport potential. It could be a base for handling and shipping, and the port in Archangelsk is already used in many energy projects. Murmansk is very interesting for storage and shipping all products. All year round, the port is all year round open, and as deep sea port, large vessels may enter, which makes Murmansk one of the natural centers for exploration of the Arctic. Say that at the moment, most companies, the Arctic Shelf region, and many other states are watching, or they are trying to be involved in these projects. And here, I would like to emphasize that the international cooperation, well organized, may become efficient both for Russia and for other participants of the energy projects. Dear colleagues, I understand that my time is limited. Let me sum it up, finish my speech, and thank you for the opportunity to make my, and let me invite all of you to participate in the Arctic project. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Alexei Mikhailovich, for your interesting speech. Indeed, this is so global that our platform is becoming smaller and smaller. But I think as the leading Chinese university for Arctic research and St. Petersburg State University have the opportunity to appreciate the scale of the projects initiated by the Russian government and the business community. And we hope that the participants of today's seminar, of our meeting, will appreciate if you write an article for our collection of papers that will be published by the university. Thank you very much. I will be glad to do that. Thank you. The next speaker is the role of Chinese forces in the development of Russia's Arctic logistics system based on the analysis of Russian Arctic strategy 2035. Professor Lo Ying, Associate Professor, Visiting Scholar of Guangdong University, Guangdong, and Wu Xin Lin, Associate Professor, South China Business School of Guangdong University of Foreign Studies. Welcome.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые коллеги. Очень рад.
Good morning, dear colleagues. So happy to see you. Let me talk to you in Chinese because we have excellent interpreters. Thank you very much.
Видно и слышно.
Can you see and hear me? Yes. Go ahead, please. Dear colleagues, let me welcome, thank you for the opportunity to talk today. Today, let me talk about the Chinese actors and their role in development of the logistics system and strategy up to 2035. As you know, the Russian strategy for development of the Arctic zone. So let me divide my presentation in 5 parts, what this strategy looks like, the logistic network. The third part will be dedicated to prospects, development of the logistic network, and the fourth part to application of the Chinese opportunities for development of this strategy, among other things. So let's take a look at the strategy of development of the Arctic zone up to 2035. It has the federal and regional levels. As you can see,
落实某些经济项目呢，建造适用于北极地区的江海联运的这种人货的这个混装船，为保障北极水域呢国际和沿海的货运服务呢，建造港口集群和集装箱的管理中心。那么，提升白海、波罗的海的波罗的海运河、奥涅加河、北维德维纳河、梅金河。
use the Bilateral Canal, North Dwina River, Pichora, Yenisei, etc. To create the opportunities for container shipping and to create port facilities at the federal level. Also, it's necessary It's also necessary to build a satellite group of satellites of Russian components that would ensure satellite communication north of 70th parallel. It should also guarantee the need for development of various recognition systems and ecological intelligence, so needed in the northern regions, and build some railways. But at a local or regional level, each region has its agenda. For example, Yamal Nenets region, it's necessary to develop the transport infrastructure, including the port in Naryan-Mar airport. In other regions, it's necessary to build roads, etc. So these are the tasks of Yamal Nenets region. Build cargo terminals, etc. It's also necessary to build in Salekhard transport terminals
卡累利阿共和国呢，它呢规划任务呢就是疏浚
As
这个
for Korea or Karelia, Republic of Karelia should modernize the Volga-Baltic Canal. Sakha, Yakutia should develop its infrastructure. Tixi port. It's also necessary to build a terminal there, a sea terminal in Tixi, Krasnoyarsk region should also develop Tixi, Dixon port and build all terminals and coal terminals. The Archangelsk region should develop extraction of zinc and infrastructure for that. We may also talk about air transport, railway transport, and sea transport. As Mr. Fadeev has already said, Russia has been working for a long time, several centuries exploring the ocean, and Russia has considerable oil deposits in this region, and it already has some projects there. You may see on the map, you may see the lines, the air lines in this region, where you can travel by air. That is why the system of air transport in Russia was built in 1970s, and it's pretty much the same. The future strategy of development of the Arctic includes construction of various airports, runways, new fleet, etc. As for transportation by land, already there is a network of roads. So red, what you may see in red, these are future railroads and roads, highways, and the blue lines already exist. So Russia has some major plans for the Arctic region. And at the moment, these red lines are some already under construction, and some roads have already been built. So it's all coming true. So the real situation is actually better. As for transportation by land, the Russian experts believe that without construction of a railway, northern ports won't develop properly. I must say that Russia already has some railways in the region, but as for water transport, it has to do with climate change. It creates new opportunities. So here, the north of Russia has the best prospects for longer periods of navigation. The opportunity to use the Northern Sea route, which will play a very important role. And Russia, since 2011, with Nordic states and China is using this sea route. You may see on this graph the amount of traffic is blue, and dark blue, that's international cargo traffic. You see in 2014, because of the Crimean crisis, the amount of traffic went down, and of course, it's the use of Northern Sea route. This table is about, again, about cargo from Norway to Japan. The cost of transportation of different goods is shown, includes fuel, cost per day, how much fuel is used in a day,
等等开支的这样的一个对比来看呢，就是
icebreaker service and transportation Suez Canal, the third Suez Canal, that's column 2, and at the bottom you may see that Northern Sea route is cheaper. Part 3 is development of obstacles and prospects of logistics in the Russian north. One of the main obstacles, the Northern Sea route, is a counteraction from the Western states. And indeed, it requires many resources. Russia is lacking supporting industries and technology for logistics and shipment, though Russia has achieved a lot in this sphere as well. And in the Arctic, of course, Russia has its advantages because Russia started early, several centuries, and these advantages are very noticeable. And in that sense, we are very optimistic. In the Soviet period, a strong foundation was created in the region. Air harbors, etc. Moreover, the climate change, global warming, ice melting makes navigation in the region easier. Moreover, Russia has its own advantages to do with logistics in Salekhard and other cities. Though, for example, in Salekhard, they have normal roads and transport infrastructure not shown in the map, but it already exists. So we shouldn't be pessimistic about the Russian north. So what could be the role of China, Chinese companies, research institutions, and NGOs? Why do Chinese companies need the Russian north? Of course, this interest is fairly low at the moment because Chinese companies don't know much about the situation in Russia. They know more. If they knew more, Chinese companies would be more enthusiastic. And for example, St. Petersburg University and our Guanyao Corporation, they cooperated in Central Asia and was supported by the Corporation Guanyao. And the participants of these projects, they speak Russian. They become driving forces in exploration of the Russian north. The Chinese companies, they are active. If they knew more about the Russian north, they would be much more active. And they would play a bigger role in development of the Russian north. So, for example, Guangdong, we have different companies in the sphere of travel, food industry. So they could also contribute to this development. And finally, cooperation between research institutions also has lots of potential. But China could help with its technology. China's developing very fast. The market, capital, technology could share models and experience, and we should use the powers of China to satisfy Russian corporations to develop the logistics system in the Arctic. Conclusion. Several conclusions. The Russian strategy for development of the Arctic region will turn the Northern Sea route into a world-level sea route. And of course, that needs adequate infrastructure. The Northern Sea corridor requires a comprehensive approach, and creation of this corridor on a world level will certainly assist Russia to turn Russia into a great sea power. But in the short-term perspective, it's hard to achieve, and China, of course, should take part in these projects and explore the Arctic resources together. And the research institutions of China could participate in exploration of the Arctic, humanitarian research in the Arctic, study geography, history, religions, folklore, customs and traditions. We could create better conditions for Chinese companies to invent. The climate change is creating new opportunities for exploration of the Arctic and the Northern Sea route against the background of international cooperation is a very realistic project. And of course, the Chinese cooperation will help to create a modern infrastructure. The Russian-Chinese cooperation, and this cooperation may become a condition for sustainable development in the Arctic region. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for big thanks to all the colleagues. Thank you.
Извините, пожалуйста, может быть, у нас был перевод вашей темы не очень тактично переведен, но вот роль китайской.
But the role of Chinese opportunities in development of the basis of analysis of the Russian Arctic Strategy 2035. So we will make corrections in the program. Thank you for your interesting analysis of the strategic program of Russia and for your efforts that you are making to educate the Chinese business community about the projects implemented in the Russian Arctic. Next, let's give the floor to Assistant Professor of School of International Affairs and Public Administration of the Ocean University of China, who will talk about the practice of ecosystem approach to fisheries in the Arctic Ocean. Well, welcome, Lun Limin.
哎，好的，谢谢。稍微等一下，我的 PPT 打开一下。可以了吗？好的，谢谢主持人。各位老师好，我是来自中国海洋大学国际
Thank
事务
you, dear colleagues. I represent our Ocean University. My name is Dun Limin, and today I will talk about the environmental approach to fisheries in the Arctic seas. I have 4 main points in my presentation: what it is, what is the ecological approach, what are the challenges, and then what suggestions we have. So let's discuss what that means. The methods of fishing and the fishing industry, it doesn't have the EAF there are some methods to define, but on the highest level, maybe that is true about human component, and so that should be linked to different natural ecosystems, and that way it could correspond to the high standards of development of the entire industry. Everything in the water and connected with it, such as try to define this, UN tried to define this. This included managing human and natural resources. That means it's necessary to develop and at the same time to limit the impact of fishing industry on the environment, the relations between humans and the ecosystem, and various methods, supervision and control methods should be used that should be outside jurisdiction of individual countries. So speaking of EAF, how should it be developed? The methods, measures should include complete understanding of what is included in these ecosystems. It's necessary to watch fishing and reduce the negative effects result from fishing, and that includes different methods to maintain the aquatic cultures and ecosystems. There are different methods described in international rules to maintain the ocean ecosystems, and one of the main methods to regulate the UN Convention, the conclusion on fishing, and on the regional level, these are organizations involved in fishing, and the agreement, bilateral agreements or multilateral agreements, etc. And of course, there are special agreements, international agreements have been achieved by the member states. And then there is the Arctic Council. For example, the bilateral cooperation, there is an agreement between Russia and Norway, Russia and US. And the Arctic Council plays a special role here. It's doing a lot to maintain the approach to ecosystem. Here you may see the Arctic zone. There are 18 parts. We may call them ecosystems. And these have already been defined by law. How they are applied, and I have given a summary of challenges and limitations. For example, for many of these systems, they have some limitations that have impact on the industry as a whole. For example, the marker system, how it should be evaluated, and then there are some uncertainties. Also, there's a question of interest, because several stakeholders should be involved, and that should be different authorities. another. So we're speaking about challenges. It's necessary to understand it's impossible to separate these components, but take them as a whole. And that is why this entire system should be subject to cross legislation, and it's necessary to understand what administrative and legal measures should be taken to support biodiversity of ecosystems, and everything to do with illegal fishing. Of course, that is a serious challenge. I beg your pardon. And I would like to say that it's necessary to create a community with universal understanding of the ocean. And that way we will be able, on the conceptual level, to use all the resources of the ocean better, and that way we will get methods to maintain and of these environmental resources. These are the challenges that I may see in the development, but it's necessary to go step by step. Of course, it's necessary to cooperate because there is the Arctic Council, and in fishing industry has its own bodies, and there are some regional agreements, and there is an agreement between Russia and China, but these may be not enough. Also, it's necessary to standardize methods. How properly to manage these resources, considering the region, how to maintain biodiversity. It's important because this region has 18 different zones, and we should understand, of course, the more stakeholders we have. It's necessary to understand their motivation, and we should maintain the equal basis for cooperation. Of course, we hope for cooperation in this sphere between Russia and China. Thank you. Thank you.
那么我受中国海洋大学的这个委托来替这个蔡先生来做下一个阶段的主持，因为我们这个阶段还有4位要发言，所以请各位发言人。
I will work as the moderator. We don't have so much time. Let me invite the opportunities for cooperation in the Arctic. Well, let me invite Dariano Maximova to talk about the opportunities for interregional cooperation in the Northern Forum. I cannot hear the speaker. Maybe she's not saying anything. We can hear the speaker. Interpreters cannot hear the speaker.
Здравствуйте, меня слышно?
The speaker should turn on her microphone. Yes, now we can hear you. Thank you.
Да, здравствуйте. У меня почему-то выключилось. Итак, большое спасибо за приглашение уважаемым организаторам. Очень много
Miss Maximova, please turn the microphone. This speaker's microphone is off.
Ой, простите. Сегодня хотела бы как раз рассказать о том, что российско-китайское сотрудничество в Арктике для Северного форума тоже очень важное направление, причем
It's a very important sphere. I am one of the founders of this international organization. First of all, let me explain about the Northern Forum. Here on the map, you may see our current regions. These are most regions, most Arctic regions of Russia. So the Secretariat of the Northern Forum is in Sakha, Alaska, Lapland, Kwangwon, and Korea. Totally, we have 14 regions of 5 countries. Next slide, please.
Да, здесь,
Here, briefly, let me inform you that our organization was founded in the US, in Alaska, and our founder is the governor of Alaska, Governor Walter Hickel.
Следующий слайд, Андрей.
Next slide, please. Here's the certificate of incorporation of our forum. It will turn 30 on the 29th of November. We will celebrate our anniversary. And here you may see the signatures where regions, the mission of the Northern Forum. Next slide, please. The mission of the Northern Forum is sustainable development. Andrei, next slide, please. Mission is to improve the quality of life of Northern peoples and support sustainable development. Here, let me add that, as we may see today, our strategy of the Northern Forum indeed is sustainable development. For 30 years, it has been a priority, one of the main priorities for our organization. So what is the human presence in the Arctic, environment and ecology, and the economic development of our territories? The northern region, for our Chinese colleagues, we mean not only the Arctic, but the north in the geographic, from the point of geography, that includes entire Yakutia for development of the territory. We have some non-Arctic regions, such as Kamchatka, Khabarovsk region, and Kwangwon province in Korea. Of course, we want the Chinese regions to come back to us, considering their interests in the Arctic, as we have already discussed. Next slide, please.
Так, ну это наши регионы.
These are our regions. Same map, and you may see our members. Next slide, please.
Структура Северного
The
форума
structure of the Northern Forum is diverse, and here I would like to talk about the opportunities for our partners. Of course, we have a lot to offer. First of all, let's talk about our administration, Council of Governors, the Board of Governors of different member regions. Then we have the functional, is the Regional Coordinators Committee, is represented by ministers, heads of government, officials representing different regions. Of course, these officials have assistants, contact persons working with us directly and using the internet, and in general we meet every year, the Regional Coordinators Committee, including our main. So we have a tool of management, though we are a public non-governmental organization, but it's very important to emphasize that we are well connected with the governments of the regions. So what are the opportunities for non-official entities? We have business partnerships, which may include other public organizations, institutes, universities. Why join us? One of our tasks of the Northern Forum is project activities implemented through working groups. We had 10 of such working groups, but so this information is old in the slide. So we have 12 working groups now, and what we discussed today already, we can also discuss with our representatives of our working groups. Our working groups include not only representatives of Northern Forum members, but also representatives from other countries and regions. And they may include the scientific community, public organizations, individual experts who could participate in our working groups. But of course, the secretariat in Yakutsk, but we moved there in 2013, and before 2012, the secretariat was in Alaska, and now the main secretariat is in Yakutsk. We are only 5. The group is fairly small, but we plan to include, because we have many tasks and many priorities for the future, and we would like to touch upon the main topics, of course, the projects and working groups. And the 5th column, the opportunities for cooperation. The youth movement is growing from the point of bringing together young people. Here, the northern issues, young people are interested. So young people who are active, who have some experience already, and who want to develop together with us. In April this year, 2021, the General Assembly, we established a new structure, Northern Youth Forum, that may include participants aged 16 to 40. And we invite you to participate. And I think that representatives of China who are here today may encourage their youth students, young researchers to join this youth forum. Next slide, please.
Да, вот сейчас у нас
Here you may see the board of governors, governor of Lapland, Mikko Ripi. He, every month we have sessions. Unfortunately, we do it via Zoom, but of course we plan to visit Lapland. The president, it became president of the forum in 2021, and presidency lasts for 2 years, and we expect that during these 2 years we will accumulate more resources from the northern western Arctic, and Mikko Ripi has is working with Norway and Canada to bring the regions of Canada. They left Yukon and Quebec, left us in 2014, but recently we had a very good meeting with Yukon, and we hope that our cooperation will continue. We will continue to cooperate as colleagues. And in this slide, you may see what the Board of Governors is doing. The regional coordinator, Arya Haikara, who has lots of experience of working with Russia. So if the main decisions will be made by these people, including Arya Haikara. Lapland plans to be the president for 2 years, but according to our charter, presidency may continue for 2 more years if all continues in the same line, and we have some expectations that Lapland will be our president in the next 2 or 4 years. Next slide. And finally, where can we cooperate? What projects can we develop? The title, the name of working groups, we have 12. So we wanted to make the names shorter, but when we started to look at the composition of the working groups, the regions don't want to sacrifice even a single topic. So here we see the main topics, such as climate change, biodiversity, energy in the north, construction and housing in the Arctic. Soon we'll have a meeting with our colleagues from Canada on construction. And so this topic is highly relevant to many, and the Northern Forum on Sustainable Development on the 27th, the 30th of September. And
对不起，我打断一下，请发言人注意一下时间。
Заканчиваю. Следующий слайд.
Okay, let me finish. I will finish shortly. I'll see. Next slide, please. The Chinese meeting will be a good start. It's a good start for the Northern Forum. And the other working groups you may see in this slide as well. Next slide, please. This is the last one, I hope. And our business partners are listed here. You will probably have access to my presentation. So these are our contacts. Welcome. We may share information and contacts and assist with organization of events or activities. And of course, in different projects, we're open all sustainable development projects of the North and the Arctic, please contact us. We'll be very happy to cooperate, to work together. And speaking of the Northern Sea Route that has been mentioned, we would like to launch a project, so we'll keep you informed. Thank you.
非常感谢，这个北方论坛主任先生呢，做了一个非常详细的关于北方论坛的作用和地位的这样的。
Let me thank Ms. Maximova for her speech. Of course, we may see how many opportunities your Northern Forum offers, and we hope, let's hope, we will work more with you in the future. Now, let me give the floor to Professor Qin Yitun of the Ocean University of China, who will explain how the Arctic shipping system after the polar accord is entered. Here you may see, please remember the time frame as I so please remember the time limit. Thank you for the opportunity to participate. I am happy to talk on behalf of the Ocean University of China, and today I will talk how shipping will be organized after the polar code enters into force. Marina Yermolaeva has already spoken about that. Maybe we could get in touch later when the polar code enters into force, how shipping will be organized. So the Blue Book, or you may see, was published and will be published. This report, the so-called Blue Book, was first published in 2014, and so that's, you may now see volume 7, published by several institutions, including Professor Lu, Professor Sun, and myself, so our university, and colleagues from Beijing, Shanghai, Dalian, and foreign colleagues from UK, Denmark, and scholars took part in this book, where they share their vision on development of the Arctic region, issues of politics, law, and how it should develop. It is a result of our many years of research. So it's published in Chinese, but hopefully when the pandemic is over, we'll be able to hold a live meeting. So we will hear, you may see the presentation of the Blue Book. Speaking of the polar code, how is it perceived? I will later talk about the Arctic Council, the role of Russia and Canada, and I will offer some conclusions in the end. So what the code says is necessary to limit emission, toxicity, and the basis of this code is that it's necessary to protect the nature, and it includes the norms that should be followed. It's not what was done in the past is not enough, and considering the situation with climate change and ice melting, it's necessary to introduce more rigid standards. All activities have a great impact on the ecosystem of the North Pole, and it's necessary to indicate what equipment or how to prevent spills, because that indeed is a serious issue. And for fuel and for emission, the amount is quite high because the shipping is quite, the amount of shipping is high. So this we discussed at the meeting, that, for example, in the MARPL code bans the use of heavy fuel up to July 2029. This limitation was introduced, put into effect already. And for the states, the neighboring states, for them, they are also individual requirements and certain exemption, of course, but here you may see how it is organized. At least the World Maritime Organization sticks to the requirements connected with the ecosystem. And on the one hand, of course, each state has its own sovereign legislation, but on the other hand, it's necessary to reduce emission and reduce pollution of water that occurs not only because of ships. As you may see the features of this polar code. It's far from being perfect. It doesn't say anything about small private vessels, small size vessels, and that are quite numerous, not included in this code. And organizations involved in safety, they also offered their considerations, and indeed fishing vessels are where you see more often, but there is some contradiction of interests, and it's hard to offer a solution right now. So that's why there are no real limitations for fishing vessels for emission and pollution. And the Arctic Council, such as PAME, is for protection of marine environment, the increase of shipping. So it's necessary to change the approach to management of marine shipping. Here you may see the reports of the Arctic Council and the Fairbanks Declaration, and they require that emission is reduced by 25% by year 2024. Here, they're also talking about underwater noise. And as for international organization, for example, in Russia, these requirements are inactive, and the requirements. Okay, so I got the stopwatch is reminding this time for me to finish. So for the Russian party, this issue is very important because World Maritime Federation made Russia exempt from many of these bans, though Russia at least planned to participate in this. But Canada, for example, it supports, and the requirements of the Arctic Code are more or less observed and coincide with Canadian legislation. And Russia, in this situation, there is should be some balance between the requirements of internal. So let me come to a conclusion that the limitations and the criticism of the Polar Code, its contents, it's not perfect yet. And from the point of environment protection, so this concept of ban of heavy fuel. So such measures are needed. Of course, they will be effective in the future, but at least to strengthen the interaction with the Arctic Council. Of course, in that respect, this work could be improved to facilitate environment protection. And speaking of these PAME reports, well, they are saying that problems result from excessive fishing, and this point was not included in the Polar Code. They don't touch upon the issue of fishing boats. And it's important the position of the country states on the Arctic coast, such as Russia and Canada. It's necessary, of course, for the code to comply with the local legislation norms. And there are other issues connected with safety. It's necessary to elaborate on those. And speaking of norms for port facilities, these should also be included to the creation of some electronic navigation systems. It's also necessary to include and improve. I think I will finish there. Thank you. Thank you very much. Of course, it's interesting how we can regulate these processes and what risks what risks come with the Northern Sea Route development from the point of environment protection. This is an important topic we will continue exploring. Next, I will take the floor myself. I'm of this Janhuji. I will talk about the Russian-American Arctic strategies and their impact on the geopolitical economy. So I will start my presentation now. My report will be a comparison. When I I chose this topic for this forum because the Arctic issues in Russia and the US connected with historic, geographical, and the number of factors is increasing. So these issues draw attention of many states in the world. So it's an important part of international relations and has impact on development of the Arctic. That is why I selected this topic for my speech today. So, well, what are the differences in approaches between Russia and China in development of the Arctic? And so what are their forecasts? Russia and China, Russia and US, when talk about cooperation in the Arctic, they always pay attention to strategic objectives set by Russia in development of the Northern Sea route and the Arctic, and Russia, strategy of Russia. Russia has vast territories, both in Russia and in the Arctic, outlined clearly that, as was already mentioned today, Russia's speaking about a number of documents that regulate such activities. And Russia has its own tasks and of course, Russia should strengthen its position on the shelf and in addition, Russia wants to strengthen its role as a great power, and besides, Russia cooperates with many states in the region to create the Northern Sea route ecosystem. And speaking about the models of cooperation, these can be divided into several, such as development of the Northern Sea route. If we talk about development, and such as port construction, construction of icebreakers, etc., only under such conditions, Russia attempts to develop tourism as well and improve its economics. And then there is another issue that has to do with safety in the region, touches directly upon the interests of Russia, such as borders and in this region. And Russia coordinates its actions with other states. Another issue is environment protection. And there, Russia is trying to establish connections with research centers from different countries. And Russia wants to share, discussing climate policy with other states. And many speakers already mentioned these points today. And what about the US? So what are their objectives? They have their own documents. They have a series of their own documents, including planning. In 3 spheres. So first, to protect the national security, to increase the influence in the Arctic region and dominate and and the economic development. And because of that, of course, so what instruments are they using? So first of all, in the military sphere, with its allies, they conduct many activities. Second Fleet, Second Navy, and increases frequencies of maneuvers in the region, establishing connections with Iceland, others such as Iceland in the region. And the US advocates free navigation, believes that straits should be open to international navigation, which of course corresponds to the US interests. Another sphere is, as well as other countries, the US want to polar surveillance system, wants to install that will enable members to collect and share data about the Arctic region. And also the US and Russia, both, how can they cooperate, having such different interests? Speaking of the choice of partners, Russia, there was a change. Before, Russia looked at European partners. Now Russia focuses more on partners from Asia. And being a member of the Arctic Council, Russia is Arctic, but after the Ukrainian crisis and when Europe introduced sanctions, Russia started to cooperate more with Oriental states, Asian states. And of course, the US has its military, have to do with NATO, European Union, but in less sensitive areas such as science, and US can cooperate with other states such as Korea, China, and Japan. It's possible for the US. So these are the difference in choice of partners. As for the efficiency, Russia focuses on economic development, environment protection, and that should help to develop oil and gas resources. And so this is a flexible, pragmatic approach. And we should say that China, Japan, Korea have no immediate conflict of interests with Russia. That is why there is enough space for coordination and cooperation with Russia, and we may see good results of such cooperation already. And as for cooperation with the US, they focus more on military cooperation and the Cold War thinking, philosophy, where enemies are excluded. And cooperation with the US has not been very effective. That's because they not as much attention they are paying to Eastern states, and they rely on NATO states. There are some differences between partners in Arctic cooperation, and this. And is there what's the space for? Is there a possibility for cooperation between Russia and Russia will preside in the Arctic Council? And in reality, before the potential was quite big, but so maybe, hopefully, Russia and China will find the basis for cooperation. And because the impact of the climate change is enormous, and we can see it best in the Arctic. And against this background, states cannot do without international cooperation. And I think that Russia and US will find a common language. Another issue, besides speaking of safety, security, there is certain tension, and one of the speakers today already mentioned that Russia possibly, that in the future, Russia will possibly increase its military presence in the Arctic. So maybe there will be some negotiations with the US, and of course, cooperation will still take place. And here, if the parties see each other as enemies, nothing good will come out of this. And let's hope that, so this is my opinion on the tendency, current trends. Thank you for your attention, and I welcome your comments and suggestions. Thank you. Next. Oh, we have another speaker from St. Petersburg, by his doctoral student, Ruslan Bu, who will talk about bringing tourists to Murmansk. Let's give the floor to Ruslan. Hello. Over the past years, with the banners and announcements in Chinese, different programs for creation of comfortable environment, China-friendly. So these are inseparable components of the life of major tourist cities in Russia. In 2014, 870,000 Chinese visited Russia. After because of the pandemic in 2020, this decreased to 1 million. And the growth over 5 years was over 115%. And they're using data from World Tourist Organization, become 1 out of 10 tourist destinations most popular, but with development of friendly relations, such as Moscow and St. Petersburg, but new destinations also appear, which exceed the overall growth. One such destination is the Murmansk region, which is part of the Arctic zone. The Murmansk region is a center that can provide to Chinese tourists an experience because of its nature, different from most other tourist destinations. This factor, along with the location, with the Chinese Arctic strategy, where China positions itself as an important source of tourism in the Arctic. So it's one of the most promising regions. So this idea already gets actual proof. According to the Committee of Tourism of the Murmansk region, only 171 after 5 years In 2019, Murmansk attracted 19,000 Chinese visitors who visited, and so it's so that's over 1,000% more. Year 2000 and 2019, the best years, best growth was recorded. Such dynamics enable us to suggest that after travel limitations are cancelled, we will be able to observe the same growth of tourists. One of the few but important reasons that may affect a further increase of tourists is nature and the growth of tourist presence. Though businesses are highly interested in that, and the state in development of tourist attraction of the Arctic zone, as seen in the order of the President of Russian Federation and the national security of 2035, the tourist potential of Murmansk region is limited. The strategic importance of safe environment management for tourism development in the region was mentioned in the text of the strategy up to 2021. It's necessary to, it's good, in accordance with all the laws of Russian Federation, is recognized by the Chinese party, as is clearly written in the Chinese Arctic strategy. So in conclusion, we may say that the Murmansk region is becoming a popular destination because of its attractive natural resources, has one of the great potential among other regions of Russia, which already today demonstrates impressive rate. And the tourist potential we may have to limit, but that will happen not because of falling interest, but because of mutual understanding of the need of clever and rational management of these territories. That's it. Thank you for my attention.
好的，非常感谢，谢谢主持人先生。
Let me thank you for your speech. Dear participants, let's continue our work. Let's start section 3, educational and research and scientific cooperation in the Arctic. Let me give the floor to Vera Smorchkova, professor of economical sciences, is a public administration, Russian Academy of Public Administration, head of program of public administration training for the North and Arctic. Dear colleagues, let me give a short summary. Maybe there are any questions. If there are no questions to previous speakers, let us continue and proceed to section 3. Thank you, Professor Tan. And the second moderator of this section is Associate Professor Jarlon, Director of Popular and Ocean Center of Shanghai Institute for International Studies. Welcome.
Надежда Климовна,
Nadezhda Klimovna, dear colleagues, let me welcome you. May I should I start? Yes, please. Well, first of all, let me thank for organizing this, and let me thank our Chinese colleagues for such active participation. I remember our first meeting in China. Then we saw many students interested in the Arctic And today, so we have an impressive number of student participants, which means that China has serious intentions to address issues of social development in the Arctic region. And the meeting we had between St. Petersburg University and the Ocean University under the leadership of Nadezhda Klimovna and Professor Kulitsin. So they outline the most relevant spheres of cooperation between our states for exploration. Oh, sorry, my video was off, my camera was off. And now that Russia presides in the Arctic Council, lots of attention is paid to international cooperation in the Arctic region, including cooperation in the sphere of education. Participation in the social development of other states will joint projects, including educational projects, and include investor states such as China. We know that China is investing in Yamal, pays close attention to development of the Northern Sea route. Nadezhda, can you hear me? Yes, please. Let me remind you, I know we don't have time. Recently, in August this year, Cooperation for Development of the Far East and the Ministry of Eastern Development in August this year, they had a panel discussion on cooperation between China and Russia, and representatives of Russian companies initiation of liquid gas, chemical, methanol, and they spoke about the prospects of cooperation between potential investors in the energy companies in China, which are already involved in several major projects in Russia. So 9 oil and energy companies from China took part, turned over $250 billion American dollars. Such the reorganization of development institutes enabled us to create joint management mechanism of the Far East and the Arctic. The aim is to achieve the national goals. And in this connection, Russian and international investors have a single window that provides complex support in tax exemption, administrative benefits and services. The strategy for development of the Arctic zone of Russian Federation and training education is one of the key prerequisites for development of the region. According to the Ministry of Science and Higher Education, the need for personnel was 25,000. And today the number is even bigger, and the highest demand is oil, mining, shipbuilding, shipping. Far East Federal Region is one of the main sources of Chinese import of energy resources. So we have over 70 foreign investors, China, and 58 Chinese companies are resident in in Vladivostok. So China is moving to the Arctic, increasing its presence. And we are positive that such cooperation is not limited to such projects. And that is why we are increasing cooperation with Chinese colleagues in the Arctic, and they are becoming our partners in the sphere of education. Let me remind you that today in the Arctic, US, Canada, Scandinavian states, they interact with the Arctic Council, and so these organizations aim to maintain sustainable development integration into world economic processes, and such as marine biotechnology, renewable energy, shelf development, shipping, and tourism. And cooperation enables them to achieve the synergy effect. We know that in 2017, the Arctic Council and agreement was signed to strengthen international scientific cooperation in the Arctic. This was explained to give access to scientists to the Arctic region to conduct research and to foster cooperation between scientists, exchange best practices for responsible management. And I have analyzed what programs for management are taught at universities for Arctic, especially only 3 universities offer. The main is the Arctic University, of course, Saskatchewan University, and the Russian Academy of Public Economy and Public Administration, administrative or management programs in the sphere of development of education. The Arctic University has a leading role. But what I would like to say in my article, which we wrote together with Senator Alexander Akimov, we summarized the programs taught at the Arctic University, and if listing them will take too long. But what were our conclusions? Among the foreign international programs, they focus on indigenous peoples' natural resources, but they do not provide comprehensive approach to management, social and economic development. The list of programs here, you may see a brief list of programs. Totally, we looked at 15 programs. It demonstrates the main options offered to the students. So what are they offering? Bachelor, master's, and postgraduate programs. There are several programs. There are several joint programs which show the development of scientific and educational cooperation between Arctic and non-Arctic states. And in addition to similarities, we may observe several differences. The peculiarities of specialization, some are more general. In northern Alaska, Fairbanks, Tromsø. Such programs are offered to bachelor students, and the students may study the culture, geography, main points of political and economic development. But most programs, including the master's programs, they're not training experts, mostly in environment monitoring and management in the Arctic region. This category also includes programs aiming at climate change, bioresources, and unique ecosystems of the Arctic. Such programs are offered in Alaska, Denmark, Sweden, and Stockholm University, Sappho, Northwestern Federal University. The training managers for only 3 universities are Tromsø in Norway, University of Saskatchewan, and Ranepa. And 12 or 15 years ago, neither Norway nor Canada did this, but they always paid attention. They were interested in our master's program, which is 20 years old at Ranepa. Has been offered by Ranepa for 20 years now. And today this program is called Management of Development of the Russian North. Of course, this program is modified every year now. We are discussing a joint program with France for our job for our experts in the Arctic. Cooperation between the Ocean University in China and St. Petersburg University. I can see how during 10 years the evolution of research and connections, we understand each other better in where we should move in the sphere of education. And it appears that we can discuss cooperation because soon we will run into the global challenge of clean drinking water, and there are great deposits in the and responsible management may ensure supply of drinking water for future generation and put these processes on the platform of sustainable development. It seems that including such old University of China into a program of training managers for the Arctic region will improve quality, and all the stakeholders will benefit. Such a program should be financed on a regular basis. Speaking of, and there are such programs in separate industries, International Meteorological Organization, for example. So some developments we can already see. Let me suggest to discuss maybe at our next meeting. At our meeting, we can discuss, maybe make some suggestions in a year, so that our cooperation between educational centers to let St. Petersburg University become the basis, and the Ocean University of China. Why is that? Nadezhda Klimovna as an excellent combination. She is the leading researcher of the Arctic Institute, of the leading research institution in St. Petersburg and in Russia. That is why I think that our cooperation will enable to develop such quality programs and develop the necessary competencies in the sphere of education in the circumpolar space. I invite you to support, and as you know, when directions come from the top, but here we may see that cooperation between St. Petersburg University and Tsingtao Ocean University is developing naturally and involves leading experts from Russia in this cooperation. And already we may see already useful collection books are published, and students become more interested. So I invite you to support. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Надежда Климовна.
Надежда Климовна.
Вы...
Вера Ивановна, огромное спасибо за ваше
выступление. Vera Ivanovna, thank you very much for your speech and for your suggestions. But I think the participants can discuss that. So the Zhao Lun should comment. Is he a speaker? He is the moderator. Is the moderator. Let me thank Professor Smorchkova for her speech, especially for discussing the cooperation between the Arctic universities. I think that's very important. And every time we touch upon this topic, you suggested some good points, and we hope that the Ocean University together can implement these projects. Next, I'll give the floor one of our organizers, Professor Guo Pei-Quinn, also of Ocean University of China. He will talk about the progress and problems of cooperation of Arctic science and education between China and Russia. We know that Professor Guo is a well-known researcher, and who always offers interesting suggestions. Let's give the floor to Professor Guo Pei-Quinn. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Xiaolong. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this event. I am glad because I can see so many friends online and meet new colleagues. Of course, we hope when this pandemic is over, we'll be able to meet in person. And because so it started one day, so let's hope for the better. So we've been discussing for 4 hours. I understand that everybody is very tired. So let me finish quickly. Before, originally I wanted to discuss scientific and educational cooperation, but then I decided to talk about scientific cooperation between Russia and China in the Arctic, and we may see some achievements. And what are these achievements? In 2021, in May, Russia took over the Arctic Council, and for us, for science, that's an excellent opportunity for growth. Speaking of energy resources, we have considerable achievements in the study of the Arctic. And that is why our opportunities, and so it's easier for more people to participate in this research. So hopefully we can increase this cooperation. So from scientific research, of course, we have certain cooperation standards since 2016. This was an important year. The starting point, when we start in joint expeditions, joint Arctic expedition, we can say we have reached a new level. So in 2016, we launched a new project on the study of the shelf. And in addition to that project, to these projects, our institutional cooperation. This is the first Ocean Institute and the Russian Institute together established an ocean research institute in Vladivostok. That's a very open center that welcomes researchers from around the world. Let me go back. And everybody, all the ocean scientists, this is a Sino-Russian very important project. Also, another important achievement is a joint center for the study of the Arctic, established in 2019, and it's the Shishov Institute of Oceanology, and on the Chinese side, there's a study of sea and technology. We are glad that we were able to agree at the institutional level on the joint development plan for the next 10 years to study the Arctic. I think that's is an excellent manifestation. Unfortunately, we were subject to the impact of this pandemic, but hopefully when the situation changes for the better, our active cooperation will resume. Next, I would like to mention that we had many joint projects and visits, and also we started to participate in Mosaic on floating polar stations. So this this was a German project, and we became active participants, and together with SAUN monitoring project. So you may see we've made some project, and the scale is quite impressive. Let's move on to the next part, on the opportunities and problems. So what are the opportunities and problems we are facing? The Snow International Arctic Station, as well, which was built together with colleagues of Moscow. Perhaps it will be launched in Yamal Nenets region. So that's a pilot project. And we expect it to be launched in 2022. This is an Arctic station. It's very high-tech, low emission, and we hope to take part in this project because we can offer funds and technology for this station. Next, our cooperation with, of course, the pandemic had great effect. Many of our projects were put on hold, and because in China, the pandemic is still on, so here, so we cannot, we can work together and address and manage the challenges because of the pandemic. And there is another point connected with the image of China in the Arctic. This is this question of Chinese threat you come across in the media, which has a negative impact. So we would like there to overcome this negative impact, and we hope that China and other states will take part in development of the Arctic region in a positive basis, because we have certain agreements and we may cooperate together with Korea, South Korea, Japan on as equal partners. Next, how should we move? How can we move forward, and where should we go? Joint mutual trust. That, of course, is the cornerstone of our cooperation. Without trust, without understanding, we won't be able to move forward, because Russia and China, they have made a long way, and we wouldn't be able to cooperate if we didn't have mutual trust. Remember the positive cooperation experience that we've had because of high level of trust. And before we talk to each other, the more we interact, the better we understand each other, the more we trust each other. Interaction helps to resolve all the contradictions. For us, this is the moving force. I'm saying this because in technically, Russia and China are very good partners. And for example, our university and St. Petersburg University, we are conducting scientific events together. Every year, we get together and strengthen trust and understanding between our states. And the more we cooperate, of course, so that will improve. And as Ms. Smarchkova said, how can we develop the educational process? That is a very good program, and we can establish special centers that could address issues in the Arctic. Is a Russian-Chinese program, so then our cooperation will develop even more. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sin, for his speech. And of course, we must say that the opinion of Mr. Go and we he also mentioned cooperation, and we hope that we should continue this cooperation. And I think all the participants today agree with the opinion of Professor Go. Our third speaker today came from Yamal autonomy. Is head of Dr. Dmitry Frolov will tell us about promotion and issues of cooperation. He will talk about the interaction. Welcome, Mr. Frolov. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. First, let me introduce our scientific center in Yamal-Nenets autonomy, in the central part of the Russian Arctic, which became world famous because of natural resources, first of all, oil and gas, and is our interests conduct research in the sphere of science, social science, economics, anthropology, traditional reindeer herding, and culture. This year, on the basis of our session, of safety. And so this issue is very important for us because in our autonomy, the so-called border of permafrost is in our cities, it's Nadim and Novi Urengoy. And the new laboratory established at our center, this is permafrost and is deterioration and is of civil and the tasks of the laboratory also include development of, and our scientific has a we work with all of circumpolar region, included in the international network of University of the Arctic, in international projects in Canada, South Korea, and other states. In China is one of the states which we cooperate in 20 in our region. We organized summer schools with Russian Chinese students. These were held with support of District External Affairs Department, St. Petersburg University, Northern Federal University, and the administration of the Nadim district,
The summer school program included lectures, master classes, introduction to the culture and life of the indigenous peoples of the North. For the Chinese students, in 2019, we had 16 of them from 4 higher education institutions of China, Ocean University, Tsingtao, and the Agricultural University of Qingdao, Business College, Foreign Studies. A few days spent in a scientific field camp were unforgettable. Future researchers, engineers, and specialists were able to appreciate Yamal's enormous potential, immersed in everyday life of indigenous people. Based on the results of the school was called Human Adaptation. They prepared reports presenting ideas for further development of the Russo-Chinese cooperation. These included opportunities to use the Arctic plant and animal raw materials in medicine, prospects for developing cognitive, ecological, and medical tourism, projects to develop intercultural communication between young scientists and joint research, ecology and climate. All Chinese participants received certificates of completion. Upon completion of the course, was put on pause, and restrictions caused by the new coronavirus infections made significant changes in the development of international scientific cooperation. To a certain extent, they forced us to reconsider our research plans and to master remote formats of cooperation. Representatives of the Engineering University of Harbin participated in the online roundtable on the implementation of smart technologies in Arctic cities at the end of last year. It was very interesting for us to learn how the experience of our Chinese colleagues in this matter, looking at their cooperation and history of Yamal, and is over 5,000 years. Talking about cooperation, let me remind you that Environment Research Center signed a protocol on intention, joint effort. We taken measures to study and protect rare species. First of all, the white crane, the sacred bird of the Khanty people. The Chinese Academy of Sciences allocated transmitters for bird tagging. Chinese scientists took part in the international symposium, Siberian crane, a symbol of hope for biodiversity conservation in the 21st century, held this year in Salekhard. Dear colleagues, Russia and China are 2 huge countries, and I'm sure that development of scientific cooperation between our regions will be of great benefit to both. Yamal, which promotes humanitarian and scientific cooperation in the Arctic, will be hosting 3 major events: an international scientific conference on permafrost studies and the Yamal Humanities Readings dedicated to human life in the Arctic. In December, we'll convey a major conference on archaeology of the Arctic. I invite you to attend in these events. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Frolov, for your interesting presentation. I just, in reality, he spoke about the experience of Russian and Chinese students, and of course, this camp helped in the study of the Arctic, and we hope that that will be resumed. Thank you very much, Mr. Frolov. And next speaker, unfortunately, won't be able to attend. That's why I give the floor to speaker number 6, a colleague from China, from the Center for Arctic Studies, who will talk about the history of cooperation, or the history of Russian Chinese Arctic cooperation. That is why we will hear about the prospects, about the... Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes, I can.
Uh, 各位参会嘉宾，抱歉，稍微等一下啊，我正在联系唐瑶。
I have a small technical issue. Hold on a second.
赵老师，我们先进行下一位吧。唐瑶放在下一位发言者的后面。
Let's move on to the next speaker. Please, I need some more time, please. I have. Okay, let the speaker get ready, and let's give the floor to speaker number 7. This is a doctoral student of St. Petersburg University. She's a doctoral student, and she will talk about the specific features of education research projects for training staff for the Arctic region. Welcome. Let's give the floor to Wang Yanxin. Dear participants, dear friends, my topic today is specificity of Russian education research projects for training personnel in the Arctic region. We all know the Arctic region plays an important role for development in Russia. It needs lots of stuff. The Arctic zone to ensure national safety is that creating scientific potential is of applied research, is development of the exploration of the Arctic. Thus, next slide, please. Thus, at the moment, the mechanism in Russia and professional education and 156 two universities and 22 doctoral students and oil and gas, engineering industry, medicine, etc. Next slide. The number of doctoral students involved in the Arctic studies went down from 700 to 670 in 2019. Last year, the number of doctoral students was only 0.7 of the total number of students. And here, almost in every university, they have courses connected with the Arctic region and scientific research, applied research, social and humanitarian. And as you can see in this slide, next slide, please. To ensure sustainable development, in 2016, Russia established the National Arctic Scientific and Educational Consortium. This was established on the basis of the National Arctic So the aim is to create an educational platform, an information platform, and social, economic cooperation. At the moment, the consortium includes 8 research institutes and 29 higher education institutions. Last year, the consortium conducted 12 events, 5 international conferences, and regional. And it should be mentioned that out of 12 events, 5 were connected humanitarian and natural sciences. Next slide. Investment in infrastructure, some professional, according to the analysis in 2017, construction are most popular, account for 40% of. In addition to personnel shortage, personnel training, and personnel distribution which resulted in personnel shortage. So we may conclude that in the sphere of higher education, and we may say special attention is paid to natural sciences and technical education, and little attention is paid to social and humanitarian humanities. Development of the education in the region, the level of education, such as St. Petersburg, is much higher. The demand for personnel is also high. And though recently the government of Russian Federation is giving support to research and organization, a number of projects in according with national priorities and policy goals. The higher education, it's professional education. That's all I had to say. Thank you. Very interesting.
这种教育和培养的一种联盟，有很多机构和大学都加入到当中，类似于刚。
Thank you, dear colleague, for the presentation. I hope you will continue your research. It's very interesting to study your. So let's go back to our previous speaker, our colleague from China. We will copy to dear colleagues. Thank you, Professor. I will talk about the China-Russian cooperation, and my presentation will be in 3 parts. The cooperation in the past, in recent years, and the prospects for the future in the Arctic, and some considerations, some recommendations. Since between 1957 and 1958, there was a period of study of the North and South Poles, and course it involved political aspects that prevented China, the use, of course, the potential of USSR when we prepared for this, and we specially sent experts in 1956 to participate in this world activity. And next, the data that was obtained, of course, played an important role in development of science, and that was the initial stage study of the North Pole. In 1999, for the first time, we launched on our own expedition. It was a special project. We started working together with Russia, Ocean University, and our Academy of Sciences, and some other scientists took very active part in this expedition. Such bilateral cooperation model, the study of the North Pole, produced fairly good results. We were able to study part of the ocean. This expedition lasted for around 40 days. In Qingdao, we established a center, an ocean center. Here you may see their cooperation with Russia. And it's necessary to pay attention that the number of scientific exchanges increased. Speaking of the international phase, we became active participants of international events in the Arctic Council, ministerial sessions, and in 2016, Russia and China took an active part in the ministry session on Arctic issues, took part in discussion of strategic development. We also took part in SAIC, the German project. We in China sent several scientists. It was a very big project to study the Arctic Ocean and played a major role in the development of our cooperation. And I would especially like to talk about how our cooperation will develop in the future on a regular basis. The Arctic Council, already we have some mechanisms for cooperation. It's possible to do this at ministerial level, and cooperation in the future, in the framework of our cooperation in the future, we can launch scientific projects, we can offer the governments of our countries. So that will be our contribution to development of the Arctic. Russia and China have strong scientific potential. That way, we may enrich each other. Also, it's important icebreakers and research vessels that can explore the Arctic Ocean. And if we could do this together, and if we work within the framework of agreement unregulated seas fishing, maybe here Russia and China have the opportunity to cooperate, but we need a framework agreement for that. And that way we can develop joint scientific projects. I think that's very popular. That's very possible. Thank you for your attention.
谢谢唐瑶教授，他发言的
Thank you.
也是关于中俄。
Thank you, Tan Yao, for his speech was also dedicated to Russo-Chinese cooperation and the topic of and of course we need to conduct joint research and strengthen cooperation. And the last speaker today, our last speaker today, we all know very well, Nadezhda Lampieva, the professor of the university. She's the founder. And she will talk about the jubilee of Russo-Chinese webinars and will share her vision about the future development. Dear colleagues, dear friends, let me congratulate all of us on the 10th anniversary. And that was our 10th meeting. We are so sorry we could not invite you to St. Petersburg University, but let me remind you of our contribution into regional, bilateral, and multilateral cooperation. As you can see, the World Politics Department of St. Petersburg University is one of the youngest departments of the university, as well as the School of International Relations. And our head, Professor Patanyan, supported us back in those hard times. We could start cooperation with the Ocean University of China, and as a prominent political figure in the Legislative Assembly, he was responsible for international cooperation. He could foresee that the relations, the cooperation over global issues with the World Politics Department that should study this cooperation, and the Ocean University in China, because the ocean, issues of the ocean, these are global issues. So you may see that many of us started this project. Professor Ilyasov spoke about that. This was the beginning of scientific diplomacy. And today, many of you mentioned the cooperation with Shirshov Institute, environmental issues. And here you may see representatives of School of International Relations. After 2012, when we visited the Ocean University with Renepa University Academy, had Russian Academy of Sciences. For the first time, we welcomed at St. Petersburg University a delegation from China. For us, it was the first experience when we had to organize this seminar and provide translation. And so shall we all speak in English, or do we need we need to provide Chinese translation, Chinese to Russian, Russian to English. And translators of St. Petersburg University who have not, we were able to organize this, but still already in those days we had students at our faculty from China, and they immediately decided to help us, and so we were able to deal with all these issues. The first time then we heard and presented to the scientific community speech of Professor Go. What could be our joint interests of Russia and China on the level of academic cooperation? So we listened very carefully to these ideas, and that happened at our School of International Relations. But let me show you some pictures that, in my opinion, are very significant. They very well illustrate our cooperation. The invitation of the president of the Ocean University, you may see him here, such a major event, 90 years of the Ocean University in China. We indeed, it was a global event to which all the leading universities of the world were involved in the Arctic studies. And we were very proud that we could listen to, hear about the achievements of the world community in the Arctic studies, and under the leadership of the International Council for Scientific Research, the Arctic Research, they demonstrated that we belong to social sciences in 2014. I think that year strengthened his belief that we are moving in the right direction. Next, our next meeting in 2015, the School of International Relations attracted much attention of the experts in military and political history of the Navy, of Russian Federation, and of Technical Institute of St. Petersburg. And the number of participants from the northwestern region supported us, and we could continue our cooperation with the Arctic Ocean of China. So we started to discuss issues of economic cooperation, and our platform became an attractive platform for economists, for those who want to be involved in joint economic activities, want to see who's interested in the prospects of cooperation, but at the same time also want to understand the global prospects. And here you may see the participants of that event. That was a very friendly meeting from France and the military, into the military and political history of technical universities. And I think that the colleagues from Vladivostok, the economists, I had a feeling that our seminar is significant to be in the next major event. So maybe I got slides in the wrong order. So our seminar became noticeable, and that is why within the agreement between St. Petersburg University and our platform was invited to celebrate 60 years of Russo-Chinese relations, which was attended by the head of the Russian government and many diplomats, ministries of foreign affairs. In 2017, we got invited to Moscow, St. Petersburg University, and the Russian Council for International Affairs, and especially for us, an expert session was established, and we had a major issue, and together with the organizers of China, of the Ocean University and St. Petersburg University from the Russian side, in 2017, it was an important year for us, and as a major event that we organized together. In 2018, previous meetings enabled us to understand and sign an agreement between our university and the presence of vice rector for international relations, St. Petersburg University. We signed a cooperation agreement, framework, an umbrella agreement on cooperation between our universities. And here we should mention that in this agreement, both St. Petersburg University are the representatives of both scientists, bachelor and master's programs, the natural sciences, and School of International Relations, of course. They were all interested. And today, it has already been mentioned that our platform has practical significance. Here, we should pay attention to Yamal. Indeed, became the platform that in this difficult pilot project, officially it has not been recognized yet, because we took part as representatives of a seminar, as the representative School of International Relations. But I think this pilot project has interesting opportunities, offers interesting opportunities, cooperation with not only China, but also with universities, other universities in Russia. There's the North Arctic Federal University, Gazprom, and the spheres for cooperation that was offered by Yamal, Nenets, research center. I think we should take them up, and I think that trips to Yamal are very productive. Here we see Professor Lobanov, his speech in Qingdao, and in the first doctoral students of Ocean University and master's students from leading universities of China. For the first time, they visited tundra. They learned about the life of the people, how people can survive there at all, and how it's possible to improve the life of. So they slept in traditional tents in heavy rain. Some complained, others did not complain. But we all have great memories of that trip. And maybe I would like to show you the evolution of the results. The School of International Relations, we tried Arctic study with different scientific schools. But such scientific school, it's in Petersburg University, only about 30 hours, faculty is only about 30 years old. And that's a fairly short period. But together with partners from China, we try to analyze global issues. And when we teach students, first of all, they learn not only at the regional in the spheres of interaction, but they also various problems or difficult, challenging issues the composition of stakeholders, the policy makers, the scope of Russian geographical territory, and from the demographic, considering the demographics of China, dealing with such vast space as the Arctic. So we focus and we identify promising aspects. So what results I would, what results? But before sum it up, let me show maybe the economic cooperation became obvious in 2018. Captain Tsai, who told us about COSCO company and their desire to be involved, and of course our seminar at the international level, the governors of northern regions of the Arctic region and the Northern Sustainable Development Forum, and on a regular basis is conducted in Yakutsk, became a turning point to draw a line and so what on the practical level, how do we form and develop the content of the Arctic theme? For me personally, I don't want to talk on behalf of everybody, but for me personally, the academic community and our platform became a place where our Chinese partners started to see the Arctic as the object of social and political study. They helped their government to form their Arctic policy. So, because these issues were discussed at our seminar, among other places, and so they discussed, and our platform became the place where many students who spoke today, they are doctorals, they became doctoral students now, and we are pleased that our contribution is there in their professional development in the sphere of Arctic studies. What about us, the Russian scientists? As you know, St. Petersburg is a cultural, scientific, and technical center with a centuries-old tradition of Arctic studies, and all the travelers, all the expeditions, all the events with the assistance of the Russian Geographical Society. And so for us, the Russian scientists, it seems that our seminar, our meetings with partners from China, first of all, demonstrated the culture of interaction, studies in social sciences as a sphere with great potential, international relations and process management. For us, it's an excellent school. For me personally, it was difficult at times, but it was in the sphere of relations, where St. Petersburg University plays a major role. And for our partners from China and for us, together, we created that space of knowledge, that space of study, of exploration of the Arctic, and regarding the regional, regarding the interaction of the regional authorities with businesses and with researchers. Together with that, our mission perhaps is to turn this platform into a meeting place and to stay such a meeting place. But we understand that only all the speeches made by our Chinese partners are seen from the point of neoliberal interests, the economic space, with the attempt to solve the issues of economic development, of growth, how to decide on the economic policy. And from our side, it seems to me that we are trying to, where the competencies and knowledge of the Arctic theme can be offered by specialists from Russia on the basis of their national legislation. Those who come to the Russian Arctic, let them learn about our national legislation, let them understand what institutes we have, and on the basis of all that, those rules, may these relations be sustainable. But this is true not only about the relations between the experts, but fragile natural environment. These are my thoughts, and that is why it seems to me that in the future our topics will touch upon the international policy in managing individual industries and how the general management regime and what are the prospects of interaction. Those who are interested in the Arctic, in our cooperation platform, in addition to the results we have achieved, experts, future prospects of the residents of the northern regions in the Arctic. Thank you for your cooperation, for your patience, for your interesting ideas, and the results that we are achieving. A regional cooperation with Yamal, with Yakutia, with other regions, they give us practical value and enable us to develop the theoretical views of international relations and global policy. Thank you for your attention.
非常感谢呢，杰斯的 Klim 教授，他给我们全面回顾了，这10年以来中俄北极合作论坛的发展的历程。我觉得呢，似乎每个人都像进入了一个时间隧道当中。那么在很多的照片里
，It's very important. It's a very important stage and phase. Showed us these pictures. I saw myself. I remembered what we discussed back then. I think it's very important that you showed us these pictures and thought about how we developed. And for us, that's a very good format.
我觉得这都是这个
We created a new generation of researchers, of masters, students. I think more and more researchers on both sides are taking part in this study of the Arctic on the basis of our universities. So let me thank Nadezhda for supporting us, supporting cooperation between our countries, supporting Yakutia and Yamal, because now we can have good idea of life of people in the north of Russia. So now we know not only about that, not only in theory, but we also have some practical knowledge, and you help us to understand what about the Russian North, the people, and how it works on the regional and management, theory of management, and we hope that our next decade will be even better. Now we finished our third section. Now I think I will give the floor to our organizers. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, Жалонг, за вашу работу модератором третьей секции. Вот мы с вами завершили.
Thank you for moderation. We finished section 2 and section 3. Now we may ask questions because my speech was a good summary. We have time for questions now, or you can ask questions or maybe offer your comments, if any.
Professor Go, может быть.
Professor Go, maybe you would like to say a couple of words.
刚才听了那接着长哈拉皮沃教授对咱们中国北极论坛事件的回顾，我听着非常感动，仿佛回到了10年前。我们之间
10 years we talked with each other, we saw each other. This is very pathetic. Thank you very much. Of course, I would like to thank St. Petersburg University and Nadezhda personally for her constant support of our operation. And let me thank you for hosting this event for so many years, for being so professional. You help us to find scientific explanation. This cooperation is very important for us. We've been working together for 10 years. It's been very productive, fruitful, very efficient. And Nadezhda is the pride of St. Petersburg University. That is why we'd like to thank sincerely, and many Chinese media believe this is a very important international event, and St. Petersburg University should be proud of Nadezhda because of her responsible approach and very high scientific level. Let me again thank St. Petersburg University for organizing this event. And I thank our interpreters who worked at today's meeting. And also, let me thank our Russian colleagues and my old friends whom I saw today, Professor Bilateral, Professor Smorchkova. I was very glad to see you. That's why, for us, such an international platform, we are sure it will develop. Together, we will work, and of course, in China, these are different structures in Beijing, Shanghai, Zhengzhou. We are all very active participants of this event, not only our university, but other colleagues as well. As Nadezhda just said, this format of academic meetings became a real platform that provides valuable recommendations. And this format, this combo format, can see the past and the future. We are discussing the regional and federal issues, scientific context, we don't know what will happen for the benefit of our states, of our countries. And that is why we hope that young researchers, young scientists will also on our teams. They are very interested in Russo-Chinese agenda, very much because of our forum. This is a new generation. This is because of our event. And of course, I was very moved by Nadezhda's story about our 10 years of history. Thank you for these photos. I'm very moved by these photos. And I would like to thank all the participants for their excellent reports. And maybe I'll give the floor to Nadezhda again for her closing remarks. Of course, the pictures are really good. We were young. So let us continue. Today, at our 10th Jubilee Forum, we had 43 participants. We heard, according to the program, so we will, St. Petersburg University Publishing House will publish a collection of papers on the basis of events 2020, 2021 at the university. And we hope that those of you who took part in today's discussion will send your papers. The collection will be the publication will be published in English, and the requirements to articles will be sent to all the participants who presented, all the speakers. There will be peer reviewed, 2 reviews in English, and the papers will be reviewed by St. Petersburg University Publishing House, and this collection should be indexed by Web of Science. St. Petersburg University is working very hard towards this goal, and the materials of scientific value should be available to the scientific community. And I think that international cooperation in the Arctic should be made available to the international community. And I think that our seminar will make a contribution, and our participants have enough knowledge and experience to submit high-quality articles, and we will provide practical recommendations. This first result of our work, of 10 years of work. And on my behalf, we would like the same platform to see a similar platform in China, indexed by scientific databases. We want our work to be visible to make it visible to the Chinese scientific community. It's very important to achieve future results, good results in the future. And 10 years. And joint, but we have not published any articles together. And that is why, if our partners in China find an academic journal where we could publish joint articles and results, that would be wonderful, because the results of scientific events should result in joint articles. It's one of the requirements of St. Petersburg University made by the university. Every educational institution has to see the results of its work, and that scientific component is also very important. Thank you very much once again for in such a short period, this beginning of school year, everybody has so many things to do. We're also busy. Thank you for finding time to meet us again on the 6th of September, when everybody's busy teaching, and to take part in our wonderful seminar. And our team, we managed to put it together very quickly. Let me thank all of you once again for your participation, and we'll be happy to see you again in the future. Hope to visit Qingdao in the autumn, the Ocean University of China. Thank you for your participation, and we wish you all the best. Take care, and see you again.
Ну что, пусть пока будет включен, я выключу.